Good evening, everyone. We'll call this meeting to order. It's at 6:03 p.m. I want to humbly acknowledge the land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. For the record, we have Councillor Ball and Councillor Cardinal joining us online, and Councillor, you have your cameras on for voting purposes. And anyone in the gallery who wishes to address the council, please register with Legislative Services to my right. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. Please remain on topic. And remain seated for questions. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve and notice a motion? Do we have any? Councillor Dogar, did you have notice of motion?
Thank you. Councillor Shafiq Dogar served notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the June 10, 2025 council meeting. That administration review council's citizen recognition program policy, PRC 090, and bring forward updates that contemplate options for public participation in the selection process. Second motion is that Councillor Shafiq Dogar serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the June 10, 2025 council meeting. That administration determine whether lighting at the St. Croix Athletic Park cricket field is sufficient and at the same service level as lighting of similar sports fields, and report back to council. Third and the last motion is gas station at Mariana Lake. Councillor Shafiq Dogar served notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the June 10, 2025 council meeting. That administration explore options for construction of a gas station to include landscaping and a lookout on Highway 63 at Mariana Lake. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you, and thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor Cardinal online in favor? And Councillor McGrath as well. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the recommendations contained in items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 be approved.
Thanks, Councillor Benjoko, and thanks for the second, Councillor Weigel. I'll call for a vote. In favor online. Councillor Cardinal's in favor. Missing Keith. Councillor McGrath, you in favor? Oh, yeah, Councillor McGrath's in favor. Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. We'll now move on to public hearing for bylaw number 25/012, land use bylaw number 99/059, amendment for lot 1, block 1, plan 2321444 in Draper. Before declaring the public hearing open, I'm going to give a few quick notes about the overview of the process. I'll declare the public hearing open following introduction of the item by administration, followed by questions from council. Following that, we'll hear opening statement from the applicant. We'll then move on to written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any speakers present, followed by questions from council. To conclude, we'll be closing statements, then the hearing will be declared closed. I hereby declare the public hearing open at 6:08 p.m. I'd like to invite Plan Development Services to introduce the report, please. And whenever you're ready, Amanda.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and Such Chanjek will be joining us momentarily. He's our Manager of Development Planning within the division. Before you this evening is a site-specific land use bylaw amendment to redesignate lands legally described as Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 232-1444 from Small Holdings District to Direct Control District. It is important to note that we are only speaking about this zoning amendment in our presentation and not any specific project in the area. The property is located at 7880 Draper Road. It is 116 acres, located in a floodplain and along a designated Canadian Heritage River known as the Clearwater. It has an approved single detached dwelling and is zoned Small Holdings District in the Land Use Bylaw 99/059, which was approved by Council on June 25th, 2024. The purpose of the Small Holdings District is to provide for large lot acreages intended for residential, small-scale agricultural pursuits, and other compatible uses on lands potentially susceptible to flooding and located below the 250-meter contour elevation. Currently, the Small Holdings District has 9 permitted uses that are residential in nature or related to public amenities and utilities. For reference, they are colored in green on your screen. This district also has 16 discretionary uses that are generally commercial in nature and are colored in yellow and red on your screen. Permitted uses are explicitly allowed within a district, meaning if a proposed development conforms to all relevant regulations in the land use bylaw today, such as setbacks, height, and parking, the Development Authority must approve an application for a permitted use on a site. The ability for people to appeal development permits for permitted uses is very limited. Discretionary uses, on the other hand, refer to uses in which the Development Authority has discretion to approve or refuse a development proposal based on its merit. The Development Authority has the discretion to evaluate the use's appropriateness, compatibility with surrounding area, and alignment with planning policies. The Development Authority has the ability to notify neighboring properties about the application before a decision is rendered in order to obtain feedback from affected parties. Therefore, while the use is allowed in principle, its approval is not guaranteed. In addition, conditions may be applied to ensure safe and orderly development. Any decision rendered by the Development Authority can be appealed to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board by the applicant or any affected party. The Land Use Bylaw amendment before you this evening was requested by the property owner of 7880 Draper Road. The applicant is requesting to redesignate the subject property from SH Small Holdings to DC Direct Control District. The proposed direct control regulations, including the list of uses, have been entirely drafted by the applicant and not the municipality. Before we present the applicant's request to rezone the site from SH to DC, we would like to take this opportunity to present to Council what a direct control district is. A direct control district is a special zoning tool that is used to establish site-specific land use regulations where standard land use districts are inappropriate or inadequate. It allows municipal council to directly regulate and control the use and development of a specific parcel of land, shifting the decision-making away from administration and placing it with council to its sole discretion. It is typically applied when site circumstances are unique, the development context is complex, and the need to align closely with statutory plans, adjacent development, and the broader public interest exists. Our region has a handful of direct control areas, mostly undeveloped, with the exception of McDonald Island Park, and the vast majority are municipally owned land. Through the Land Use Bylaw 99059, a direct control district should only be applied under specific circumstances, and council may consider using a direct control district only if one or more of the following conditions are met. The proposed development, in council's opinion, is suitable for the site, considering the objectives of any applicable statutory plan, compatibility with the character, scale, and nature of existing or future surrounding development. 2, the use of a standard land use district would, in council's view, create potential conflicts with surrounding development if fully built out, especially in areas with mixed land use, sensitive transitions, or future growth pressures. And 3, the development is of a distinct form or character that is not contemplated or easily regulated by any existing land use district, such as a hybrid, phased, or innovative project. McDonald Island Park is an example of this. The direct control district gives council full control to regulate development in cases where flexibility and precision are required to protect the public interest and ensure alignment with planning policy. The slide before you outlines the development approval process under small holdings versus direct control. Upon receiving a submitted application for a discretionary use in small holdings district, administration would review the application for its technical suitability and may request additional information such as a geotechnical, biophysical, slope stability, traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, environmental site assessment, etc., to ensure safe and orderly development. After reviewing all relevant information, a decision is made, and if the proposed development is suitable on the land, an approval is granted. If the intensity of the proposed use does not complement the area or the lands it is being proposed on, the application would be denied by administration. Furthermore, any decision by the development authority or administration has the right to appeal by the owners and the affected parties to the subdivision appeal board. In the second scenario on the right-hand side of your screen, upon receiving a submitted application in a direct control district, all applications would go straight to council for approval, not the development authority or administration. In this scenario, administration does not have delegated authority to review or render decisions on development proposals for the subject property. Furthermore, council is obligated to approve any application received if it is listed under permitted uses for the proposed direct control district, with or without conditions, and regardless of any concerns that may arise during the review stage. This process removes administration and council's ability to restrict or deny proposed developments that may not align with community needs. Affected parties, including neighboring landowners, cannot appeal council's decision to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, eliminating the public's right to appeal. This slide before you outlines the applicant's proposed direct control district definition. All uses are the exact same as in the current small holdings district that we see in the land use bylaw today. However, the vast majority have been moved from discretionary to permitted use category. The applicant is seeking to reclassify 13 of the existing discretionary uses, which are colored in red and yellow on your screen, over to the permitted uses category. This means that the proposed direct control district would have 22 permitted uses and 3 discretionary uses, if approved. The proposed permitted uses are commercial in nature and would allow the subject property to be developed with commercial uses. The proposed direct control district raises concerns that council should consider in their decision-making this evening. If approved by council, 22 uses would be permitted in the proposed direct control district. Reclassifying 13 land uses from discretionary to permitted would remove the municipality's ability to assess or restrict these developments on a case-by-case scenario, especially when considering the type of commercial development that would be allowed. In addition, the approval of the direct control district means that these permitted uses would be deemed approved, eliminating opportunities for public input or appeal and removing municipal oversight. This includes the municipality's inability to adequately review developments, which may lead to conflicts with provincial and federal environmental regulations, particularly given Draper's sensitive environmental context and the subject property's location along the Clearwater River. The proposal is not consistent with the recently approved municipal development plan, the new land use bylaw, which comes into effect January of 2026, the newly drafted area structure plan for Draper, or the direction established through public engagement with Draper residents, where there has consistently been strong opposition to any commercial development in the area and a desire to be formally recognized as a rural residential area. In summary, if the proposed direct control district is approved, all future developments on the subject property must be approved directly by council. Administration will no longer have the delegated authority. If the property owner applies for a development permit for any of the proposed permitted uses and it meets the minimum standards of the land use bylaw, council is obligated to approve and issue a development permit. The decision to approve the proposed amendment will remove administration and council's ability to restrict or deny proposed developments that may not align with evolving community needs. Affected parties, including neighboring landowners, cannot appeal the council's development decisions to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Given that there are a number of concerns with the proposed land use bylaw amendment, administration cannot recommend the proposed direct control district be approved. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I'll just go to questions from council. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. And just before I start, nice to see the nice jerseys and the little babies out there in the house this evening. Amanda, or through the chair, I'm sorry, Mrs. Heides, that property, the road ends, and there used to be a bridge there for the trains and stuff. And it's where my first home went at a Gregoire trailer park, 152 Grandview Crescent. So that blue and gray trailer that Manford took down there, and Mellon, maybe Victor, you probably moved it yourself. But is that road going to be extended on to Safari Creek at some point, Sash? Or do you see that? Like a connector or do you see that property getting in the way of third traffic to Safari Creek or across to Four Sites if we ever get to that?
Through the chair, would PMO like to answer that question?
Yeah, please.
Is Draper Road going to be extended?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Basically, to connect to Safari Creek to provide egress and access, because I think the 4-to-1 slopes, I think there's enough gravel in there. If you flatten it out, you could build a road to Safari Creek and have egress and access. But I think and I guess the other question, Mayor Bowman, would be to deliberate this evening, to safeguard the whole gardens area, Travis Gardens, down to Draper. It's part of the National Snowmobile Trail as well. And before we get into debate, it'd be nice to know what we invested into that area since. It's hard top to the exit. It's instead of working in collusion to do the right thing, I think that we built the old gravel pit coming out of Cano College that we started back in the 80s. So that's where the off-ramp is now. But just to paint a picture of where that property is, I think it was Blondie's, and it was right down where he, like I say, I bought my trailer there. So I'm just wondering if we don't, because what I see is a right now, there's I think there's a 4-room, as I went through the notes, there's a 4-room structure. Because when you read the papers in Edmonton, there's 1,000 rooms or something, you know what I mean? It gets blown up a bit, but commercially and part of our economic development, I think we have to be mindful of, it's a very contested area, but the thing for me is, I would love to know an aggregate number of, since we've went from ID 18 to today. We have an abutment built down there about 2 miles from the river. So if the water ever came in there, we'd be swimming in Timberlea. So we've invested, the community should know we've invested just in that section, from there to the end of the tracks. I would say it got to be over close to $50 million. And when you're in these seats, would it feel like we're slighting planning and development under direct control? Because I don't know how many areas we do have in the community, but not many for direct control, because we're landlocked by the province, period. We just got some parcels of land, but it took us 30 years. So I guess my question, the third question would be, if there was a number, how do we get that money back without developing the land we have? There's a book you read, build it or they'll come. In essence, we have lots of opportunity, and it's nice to see the debate that's going to carry on, but at the end of the day, I think to make a good community decision, there's lots of time being spent on this, but I'd just like to know the number, since the ID district turned that land over to us, what we have spent. Because I know 3 families, that breaks my heart. I wasn't on council, but they had to move down to Draper. Them homes were never used. So this is, for me, is not about direct control. Council's going to wear it anyways. But we had to think ahead. People want to live in the country. Is this going to make the country better? It's sure it's not going to make it worse.
We can probably get administration to get those 3 questions.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And I certainly don't need it tonight, but maybe later on, it'd be nice to know, because we're building one reach. It's going to be almost $50 million. So if we don't put stuff around to support the spend, we'll be like the greater city of Edmonton right now, where the average taxes are $6,500 and ours are $1,200.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. We can get in more of that in debate. Councillor Ball, question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Through the chair to Director Heidi's. I just want to go back on some history on this particular land. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't this land rezoned in, was it June of 2024? There was a portion of the lot that was country residential, and we turned that into small holdings. So now the entire parcel is now small holdings, correct? It was 2 zones?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct. June of 2024, the land use bylaw did have that site split zoned, and half of it, you're correct, was country residential, the other half being small holdings. An amendment was brought forward to council, and it got approved, and now there's one layer or one zone that layers over this site being small holdings.
Right, and that application was brought forward by the applicant that's making this application, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Amanda. When you mentioned if it goes to direct control, there's no appeal process for residents. Do they not have an option to appeal to the courts, or?
Through the chair to the question, in our typical, within the land use bylaw, the appeals would typically go to the subdivision appeal board. When there's a direct control, that option is removed. There is an option which could allow people to appeal through the judicial court. However, if there is a permitted use that is explicitly stated under direct control, that becomes very difficult to appeal.
Okay, and the same appeal option would be available if the SDAB also turned down an appeal process. Could they appeal the same as the direct control?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, if SDAB turned down an appeal, there is a, you can go to Court of King's Bench to seek a review of SDAB's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. One, I'll just continue on with Councilor Boussier's question. He was talking about the SDAB appeal board. Can a resident, so a neighboring property, go to the can go to the STB board to appeal a decision? If it's denied there, can they go to court as well as to try to overturn that, or can it only be the property owner?
Through the chair to Councilor Weigel, Municipal Development Act defines any affected party can appeal the decision. So in order for someone to be able to appeal the decision, they have to demonstrate that they are the affected party in some way or form.
Okay. Did we do an engagement down in Draper? And obviously, I know the answer to that, but we can only use information used here, so I have to ask the questions.
Through the chair to Councilor Weigel, yes, we do a lot of engagement depending on the project. For MDP, ASP, land use bylaw, all of those projects have had engagements in Draper.
And so what were the answers to some of those engagements due to a property like this?
Through the chair to Councilor Weigel, in the last 5-ish years, from 2019 to 2024, we have done about 5 engagement sessions in Draper. And all through those engagement sessions, the sentiment that we have received was consistently that Draper community wanted it to be a rural residential community. There was slim to none appetite for commercial users or to see Draper develop into a commercial area. For the most part, the responses that we got in the range of 87-90% was related to it being rural residential community.
Okay. And what were, when we moved from the new bylaw to, or I guess the old bylaw to the new bylaw for the land use bylaw, there was some that stayed on discretionary and there were some that were removed. What was the thought process? Because I know some stayed on that did have also a low ask or low want, I guess, of the community, for a lack of better English. And so what was the decision process and what stayed on and what stayed off?
Through the chair to Councilor Weigel, the uses that were kept in Draper were directly voted on by the community of Draper. Any uses, obviously, we had to align the uses with the overarching plan. So the municipal development plan, when we did engagement for that, the sentiment that was there was keep Draper as residential community. And then we took the uses that were contemplated to be residential. We went back to the community at the stage of ASP and LUB engagements in 2024, and we asked community members to vote on which uses do they want to keep and which uses do they not want to keep. Keeping in line with the sentiment that we received for the 2019 survey, 2022 survey, and 2024 survey, some of the uses were removed. I have a list of uses here that were removed, but for the most part, the uses that were left there in Draper were in line with the overarching policy direction that was approved by council in through MDP and land use bylaw.
Okay. And so through those surveys, the ones that stayed on discretionary were voted on by the residents?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Or sorry, the residents of Draper, sorry. That's correct. Okay, that's it for now.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks, Amanda and such for the presentation. I just want to reconfirm what I thought I heard. Under the small holdings district permit that we already have right now for this area, the discretionary uses is a part of what is already doable on that land.
Through the chair to the question, correct. Everything that you see on the screen here or on slide 3
Yes.
defines all the different uses under small holdings district. And so what you see here for discretionary being red and yellow, those are all uses that we can make a decision on. They can be permitted if we have the appropriate review and we feel that it aligns with what can be supported within that area. It is an option for approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. And just to further expand on that point, as you said, they can be, I want to make sure that I drive this point home, they can be decided through the planning process, but under discretionary use, they must be permitted, correct?
Through the chair, to the question, if the, sorry, can you repeat the question?
I just want to drive this point home that the difference between small holdings, all the different land uses, they're all the same, right? Between the two applicate, or the amendment is the same. They've just moved, frankly, almost all of the discretionary uses over to permitted. And the difference being that under small holdings, the applicant can still make an application on all of those different uses. It's just subject to going through the planning process to get a permit. Whereas under direct control, you must permit it. There's no dealing with the planning department, and it's done by council.
Through the chair, to the question, that's exactly true.
So basically it takes the planning department, for all intents and purposes, out of the equation.
Correct.
And it takes any kind of potential appeal out of the equation.
Through the chair, to the question, that's correct. To the subdivision appeal board, correct. There would be no ability for the public to appeal it if council approved it.
Okay, and I'd like to ask one other question, but you stipulated that this isn't about a development and at the beginning of the hearing, and I appreciate that, but have you received an application on this land for those discretionary uses?
Through the chair, we have received an application to convert the existing single-family detached home into a resort facility. That is an application that we have, in addition to two other separate applications, one of which is for construction of an access road, and the second one is for site remediation, including slope stabilization.
Right, and where are we at in that process?
Through the chair, the applications are still under review. We haven't made a decision. Those applications were received late in 2024, and since then we've had multiple notices of motion in council whereby the site was subject to council review in terms of changing its zoning from small holdings to DC, and today we are still presenting that to council.
So, right, I understand that, but that's buzz in the air. This is today. We're doing that today. So are you telling me that there's been no activity from the planning department on this application, or is it from the proponent?
Through the chair,
applicant?
Through the chair, on some of these applications, we are still awaiting some documentation. We don't have complete documentation to be able to review the applications completely.
So the application you have currently is what you would consider incomplete?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So you're unable to make a decision, even though they are, the uses, whatever they are, they're considered discretionary at this time?
Through the chair, in the absence of complete documentation, we would typically not make a decision on the application.
Okay, so now if it's switched to discretionary use with permitted uses, would you even need to wait for that information, or would it just be permitted?
Through the chair, if the zoning amendment tonight was to get approved, we will take these applications and bring them forward to council for a decision. Based on the information we have received, council will be making a decision on any of these applications.
And council would be in a position that they would have to approve it, correct?
For permitted uses, yes.
Well, it's basically all of them are they left out three.
Yes, through the chair. So if we were to receive an application for all of these 22 uses that you see on the screen, we will bring forward that application to council, and by virtue of it being a permitted use, council will have to say yes to any or all of these uses on the site.
Okay, and I guess one further question to that, is it a normal process that mid-application someone would change make an application to change the land use? I hate to say this, frankly, to suit their needs or to assist in their development application?
Through the chair, it's not unheard of, but it's also not a common process to change the zoning mid-application.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Paul. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you. I guess need change as the community changes. Through the chair, The pizzos that are on the west side of the new hardtop, well, how often do they get like checked for movement? We bought, I believe it was five semi-acreage homes on the right, was it? I'm just wondering, like, what's the consistency of the slip? Because I see there's a bit of, first time in a couple of years that I've seen Beacon Hill start to slip, you know, on the back of the escarpment by the river. But I know we have, I think we put in probably about 17 stations along that road, and that's what kind of we were doing the ditching, and we were digging out the toe. We had some slippage, but it is the property, the access roads, the drainage, that's by the owner. The applications are in. There was a guy in a cat, I think, was trying to make a skateboard park. It wasn't very level, but it's at the end of the road, and they're using their own resources. But is there anything that would expedite the slippage on the hill other than some, I guess, inertia in vehicles movement, but as well away from the toe? So to make is like it's an area where we've had more input and affected more lives in any other area of Fort McMurray proper. And in December, I think we bought 5 homes, and then in January we were going to look at selling them again or something like that. But all through that, the slippage, it hasn't been known. And then probably, you know, the way I look at it, if we're going to make this decision, I think the people should know what's around it, these decisions. And I hear this thing getting painted as a free-for-all. Direct control is a tool that's used to expedite the times. And I know it's not that common here because we're landlocked. You know, you do the best you can because you got this little bit of land to work with. But when you go to the bigger cities, direct control, because the guys that sit around here, and when the community puts the lights out, it's on us. So to expedite, I guess, getting people back in the region, maybe some of this, but I think tonight we're talking about just the direct control. And when I hear tonight that they can go down and build a barn in the middle of the field and just do it, that's not the case. It's not the case. I don't think the question I asked. The question was the slippage on the hill. You don't need to look at me. No, we're just asking. The question is the building, when they start building the road, is it going to affect that? No. I look at. Me? No, sorry, ma'am. I'm just looking because I know Sandy's going to hit the bobber. Do you know how much is slipped since 2020, since we put the pizzos in? I wouldn't expect you to have it in your back pocket, Sasha. I know you're good.
Through the chair, I'm not an expert on slope monitoring program. I do not have that data.
You're a good man.
Thank you. But I don't have that data with me here today.
And I just want to say, because I've sat in this chair for 12 years, and every time these properties come up, and rightfully so. But the direct control to me is giving some of you guys a break when the bigger bread and butter issues come. And the people around the table, they actually got to follow through what their commitments are.
If I may, through Chair, to Councillor McGrath, direct control is not necessarily a tool to expedite the process. It's a tool to deal with unique circumstances and unique developments. Developments that are not captured in the land use bylaw through any district is where a direct control typically is used. It provides you with a unique set of sort of powers for council to be able to assess a site and make decisions on it. It to me, by any way, is not a tool to expedite development approvals. Through the Municipal Government Act, the municipality planning and development, the development authority are bound by time, rules, and regulations. And development approvals through that process happen way more quicker. Direct control by no means is a tool to expedite development process. It's just to deal with unique circumstances.
Well, that's excellent. That's excellent, Sash, because you disagree with me and me not, going right off the cuff. That's perfect because I know, you rebuilt the community with us. So my point is, when I make this decision, it's about tomorrow. And it's about the money we spent and the hazards that come with it. And most importantly, we do the right thing for the community as a whole.
Absolutely, Councillor McGrath. My job only here is to provide you factual information.
And keep us straight. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The property that we're talking about, the previous owner, was there an approved subdivision on it previously?
Through the chair, there was a lot back in time that was consolidated with a bigger quarter section that we see resulting into about 116 acres of property. I think the previous property was about 2 or 3 acres in size, and it was consolidated with this bigger quarter section to make it what it is today.
Okay, but the quarter section or whatever you called it, was that ever approved to be subdivided?
Through the chair, no.
No? Okay. As well as there were, I can't remember who was talking about it, but the permit process, so I think maybe Councillor Ball was talking about it, was the permit, the applicant had put in permits that are pending right now. And so has any permits been denied so far? And if so, have they gone to the appeal board at all for any of these?
Through the chair, we have not rendered a decision on any of the permits that we have received in 2024, 3 permits. None of the permits have been denied. And so there's no appeal in the absence of a decision.
So none of that process has been happened at all yet?
Through the chair, we don't have complete information to be able to render a decision. And so, yes, you're correct. No, none of that
I just
has
didn't know
happened.
if permits were denied in the past and gone through that process. And so nothing's gone full process yet?
Through the chair, yeah, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair to such. Just following up on Councilor McGrath's comments, like, there's still going to be an opportunity for controls put in place on a DC zone parcel, like Keith says. You just can't go build a barn at any size or put it anywhere in the lot. That would still have to be approved by council of the time, correct?
Through the chair, if it is a permitted use, the only thing council is looking at is whether or not the proposed use is in line with the regulations of the land use bylaw. And the regulations of the land use bylaw are you have to meet minimum setback, side yard setback of 7.5 or 6 meters. Backyard setback or front yard setback of 7.56 meters, something like that. Till the time an applicant meets those regulations, which are minimalistic in the land use bylaw, council will have to grant a permit if it is a permitted use. So the discretion surrounding I'll give you a small example. When we process a permit, and if it is a discretionary use, we can take into consideration noise, pollution, or environmental constraints. And those are not necessarily mentioned in the land use bylaw. It could be contingent on the studies that the applicant provides. And so if one of the studies say you have to maintain a setback of, say, 30 meters from the river, it's not mentioned in the land use bylaw. And so when we as a planning authority are issuing a decision, we can take that into consideration. When it's a permitted use, and it's council's direct control district, council does not have to take that into consideration. Council only has to go by the minimalistic regulations that are mentioned in the land use bylaw. So 7.5 meters is what you're looking at instead of 30 meters that's recommended by the study. The applicant also does not necessarily have to provide that study if council doesn't really ask for it. So the way permits are handled sort of changes depending on who's dealing with the permit. If there's a discretionary authority, we can deny the permit if it doesn't meet the set criteria or planning rationale. But if it is a permitted use, then there is no denial. By virtue of it being a permitted use, you have to give that permit.
Okay, but you can also put a policy in place or rules or regulations where the setback has to be 7.5 meters. You can't build it more than 9 meters tall. So council, at the end of the day, would have final say, even if it is permitted use, on what they can do on that site when it comes to building a barn or whatever, another campground, campsites, whatever the permitted use, council can say, okay, you got to have it gated, got to be secure for 24 hours, got to have this, this, and this, correct?
Through the chair, council can put conditions on the permit, but till the time permit meets the minimum regulations or the development meets the minimum regulations of the land use bylaw, you have to accord that permit.
Okay. But if it was a discretionary use and it met the minimum requirements, would it not typically be permitted?
It would be permitted if there are no other issues that are identified through the circulation of the permit, if there are no engineering issues on the site, if there's no environmental issues on the site. Council can choose to take some of these considerations into their review, or they may choose to reject it. But as a discretionary use, planning authority will take all of these things into consideration.
Okay, but there's nothing stopping council to talk to planning and development and ask their opinions on a direct control permit or application, correct? Like, there's nothing preventing us from, or the council at the time, to chat with legal, chat with you on how to handle this permitted use.
Through the chair, yes, council can definitely seek recommendations from planning authority.
Okay,
They don't necessarily have to abide by it,
Right.
but they can seek recommendations, yes.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. I have a four-part question, actually. So when someone applies for, like where we're at now, at small holdings, what's the process for someone applying for a development permit for a permitted use? What would be the trail you go through for small holdings, permitted use small holdings?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, when a development permit application is applied for a permitted use, we will typically we will assess the use. So if it's a single detached dwelling, it's a low intensity use. In that case, we will ask for drawings surrounding where are you going to construct, if the site is suitable for construction, and if all those criteria are met, then we will accord them a permit. That's the standard process. All we ensure is that the regulations in the land use bylaw are met and the site is suitable for construction.
Perfect. And then staying on that, so if it's discretionary use for small holdings, in that category, how does that trail out such?
So for discretionary uses, typically discretionary uses that are allowed or deemed to be okay in that zone, but more rigorous review processes are required to be set in place. So if it's a commercial site or a commercial development, we might ask for a traffic impact assessment study. So if you're generating, say, 500 trips on the road, what kind of impact would it have on Draper Road? Would the road need to be upgraded, or is there signalization required or roundabouts required to be constructed? Some of these things come into picture when we are reviewing a discretionary use, because typically they're higher intensity than the standard low intensity permitted uses. The application comes in, we will assess the application, we will review it. If we think studies are required to be able to support that use, we will ask for those studies. If the applicant provides those studies, we will review them. And if everything is okay, if everything gets checked off, all the departments approve it, we will approve the permit. If the applicant is satisfied, we will approve the permit with or without conditions. If the applicant is satisfied with the approval, they can choose to go ahead and construct it. If they're not happy with the approval, or if they're not happy with one of the conditions, they can go to SDAB. At the same time, the affected parties, which would be neighboring property owners or someone who's affected by it anyway, can also choose to appeal the decision of the development authority or planning and development to Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. And then the appeal board will take a decision on whether or not is the use fit in that area.
Okay, so in both those scenarios, it never comes to council.
Through the chair, the only time it comes to council is when council is deciding the land use bylaw regulations.
Right.
The permit does not come to council.
Right, perfect, thanks. And with that, the appeal process for the applicant or somebody affected will be to go to STAB. If you didn't get a permit, you could go there. If you did get a permit and someone adjacent wanted to go, they can go to the STAB to appeal it.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Right. Okay, now, moving on with that, if it's discretionary use and it's direct control, what would that look like?
Through the chair, if it's discretionary use, then again, the permit will come to council. Council can assess that use, and depending on the intensity of the use in the review, council can choose to say yes or no. In permitted uses, council has to say yes. In discretionary uses, council can choose to say yes or no, depending on how the review is. Sometimes council may seek planning recommendations, and in those cases, if things are not looking okay, council can choose to say no, but there's no appeal process.
Right, so in discretionary use, it's done in open council meeting, and the public can come and be a delegate at those meetings.
Through the chair, my understanding is this is correct.
Yes, so then, and if council wanted plan development's opinion on something that's being developed, we could get their opinion as well. So public has a chance to, it's not that they can come and give their thoughts on that development as well before that permit's permitted.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And then if it's a permitted under direct control, how does that fall out?
Through the chair, council can still listen to concerns from neighboring property owners, affected parties, anybody who wants to present, but council cannot deny the permit. By virtue of it being permitted, you're essentially saying we approve of this use. It's a deemed approved use on the site.
Right, the only way to change that would be change the land use specifications of that, or put restrictions on what that development looks like.
Through the chair, yes, council
Okay.
can put restrictions by way of conditions on the development permit.
Okay, perfect, thanks, sorry for the long questions. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got a couple questions. Well, thanks, Amanda and such, for the presentation. Appreciate the hard work you guys put into, especially something so sensitive like this. I guess my first question would be to you about what's Planning and Development's official declaration of what they're doing with Draper.
Through the chair, I'm not 100% sure about official declaration, but if you're asking for a designation for the area.
Yeah, what are we doing with, what are we doing with Draper?
Through the chair, yes. So thank you for that question, actually. We are planning to bring forward an area structure plan shortly here in front of council in hopefully a month's time. And through that process, Draper will be defined as rural residential area.
So it being a rural residential, is that they're capable of obviously having commercial infrastructure building?
Through the chair, the municipal development plan identifies Draper as rural residential area. The newly approved land use bylaw identifies Draper as rural residential area. The area structure plan, all the engagements that we've done, also direct us to sort of include Draper as a rural residential area. Now, with any residential area, there is some level of commercialization that's allowed. And through the land use bylaw, that is what is allowed in Draper even right now. The current land use bylaw, however, allows for much more commercialization than any of the proposed documents. But the extent of commercialization that's being sought through this amendment is not contemplated in the area structure plan or the MDP or the new land use bylaw.
Well, thanks. Do you think that it might be a good idea if we had Draper just to be a part of Ward 1?
Through the chair, I'm not clear on your question. Could you please repeat that?
I said, do you think that it would be a good idea for Draper to be part of Ward 1?
Through the chair, that's not for me to comment on.
Well, anyways, how much do we administer the bylaws in this community?
Through the chair, again, I'm sorry, I'm not clear on the question. Could you please repeat it?
Well, how much do we enforce bylaws in this community? Do we do it on a call-to-call basis? Do we go and check the community out? Or we just
Sorry,
let do-
Councilor Cardinal, I'm not sure, as this is not this is a land use bylaw, so it's not really like your grass is too high bylaw.
I know that, but I mean, it's still, there's still policing something. It's still
Yeah, and
part
I
of the
think
region.
I think with maybe such.
What I'm getting at is if we're actually not doing anything, do people just get to do whatever they want? Is what I'm saying. Not specific to this. I'm just saying in the community.
We want to try to stay specific to this land use amendment, but go ahead, Such.
Through the chair, we respond to complaints. If there's an enforcement complaint that's related to land use bylaw, we go out and look at it, and we would enforce bylaws wherever required.
How many bylaws? How many issues with infringements to this lot?
I'm again not clear on the question, Councillor Cardinal.
Okay, well, how many complaints have you got specifically to the building or on this lot?
Through the chair, I don't have a spreadsheet in front of me, but we typically don't get complaints for a building. If it's a house, unless an activity that's outside of residential context is happening on a lot, we would typically not get complaints on it.
Okay, you were saying that Mac Island was direct control?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Is Mac Island the only place that's direct control?
Through the chair, no. There are other lots in the municipality that are zone direct control. Most of those lots are environmental sensitive lands. Some of them may have contamination issues, others may have slope issues, the others may be susceptible to flooding. Depending on the location, there are other DCs in RMWB.
Okay, so it's not uncommon then.
It's not uncommon. It's uncommon in terms of the way development is pursued. We don't typically see private property, a lot of private properties in DC zone when the regulations for DC zone are similar to what's already contemplated in the land use bylaw for the site that's currently zoned as small holdings.
So how many personal properties are DC?
Through the chair, I don't have a list of private properties in DC, but there, I think, yeah, would be less than like 5 or 3.
Okay, so we do have similarities or direct control to this request.
Through the chair, I don't think so.
No? Okay. How is everything operating under direct control with Mac Island?
Through the chair, the direct control district is not about operations of a facility. It's about the uses that are going to be permitted on that site. It's a land use zone.
Okay. No, that's all I got for now. Thanks. How many times have you guys been to the facility and checked the place out?
Through the chair, we don't necessarily go out actively looking for issues on different sites, but we do send our development officers and bylaw officers occasionally on different sites to sort of keep an eye on what's happening. Again, if you're specifically asking me on how many times have I or Amanda or one of our development officers have personally gone to site to sort of keep a check on what's happening, I don't have an answer to it.
Well, has any of our planning and development team been down to the area?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just kind of playing off a couple of the questions from some councillors, McGrath and Bussier. Just to understand this, I guess, I'm still not clear on the restrictions part of it. And so I'll just ask, like, if, let's say they wanted to do agriculture. Can we say, yes, you can do agriculture, but you can't have horses? Maybe horses is the wrong one. We just went through this. You can't have sheep. So you can't, sorry. But say it's like, yes, you can do agriculture. We will approve that, but you can't have sheep.
Through the chair, any activity on that site would be allowed through the land use bylaw and what is in front of you. So if they were asking for animals, keeping of animals as an activity, unless intensive or extensive agriculture is identified as a use onto that property, council would not be able to consider it. Unless the bylaw says any other uses outside of what's mentioned in the bylaw is to council's discretion. If the bylaw says that, which in this case I don't think so it does, council is limited to looking at what's in front of them through the bylaw. So
I couldn't say no sheep because the land use bylaw says you can have so many sheep per acres.
You could apply some general regulations. I'll have to do an assessment of sheep. I don't have, like, I can look up sheep if you want.
What if we said there's no ATVs? So what if they say they had a guest ranch and we said there's no ATVs there? There's no ATV bylaw in the area. It's not in the land use. Could we say that?
Through the chair, yes, you can regulate the use of the land by putting conditions on the development permit. So if you had a permit for example, a guest ranch, and if you wanted to not have any ATVs, through the development permit for guest ranch, council can put a condition to say that no ATVs are permitted on site.
Okay. And then last question, because it's not about the site, but it's the adjacent, it being a river there, could we say, and these are all hypotheticals obviously, but like you can't have access to the river, even though you have access from land, just saying recreationally you cannot have access to the river.
Through the chair, yes. Any conditions that council deems fit for the development of that site can be put on to the development permit as a restriction. But if, by virtue of permitted uses, if there are 22 uses and applicant bring forwards an application for all of these 22 uses in one go, you cannot deny it. You have to approve the application. You can control the intensity of it sometimes, you can put restrictions sometimes, but you cannot say no to the use.
And that's why I'm trying to understand the restrictions part, because I have to say yes to sheep, but I can say no to ATVs. So basically, if there's a land use purpose that's already in the bylaw, I have to say yes to that. But if there is not a used purpose in the land use bylaw, then we can restrict that, is how I'm understanding that.
To the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then last, you answer Councillor Cardinal's question, and maybe I understood the question wrong. So I'm just going to re-ask it the way I heard it, and then get the answer, because I think it is that you said that there had been no complaints to the property as of yet, and because I've heard some, and I never followed up, but I've heard and gotten emails about complaints that have gone through Pulse, and so I don't know if the question was asked wrong or I didn't understand the question properly. So I just wanted to re-ask.
Through the chair, when I hear the word complain, I'm looking for an infraction on the property. An infraction of the property is the site is approved for a house, and someone is using the property for commercialization. That's an infraction of the property. I have not heard complaints like that. I have been given information as to what's happening on the property, but we get calls about what's happening in the area.
Right.
So we get informed about, someone's doing X, Y, or Z in Draper, not specific to this property, but in general as well. But if we receive a complaint, we will go out, we will look at the site, we'll assess the situation, and we will issue enforcement orders. Back in time, we did notice there were issues on the site, and we did take enforcement, we did do some enforcement action on the property itself, including issuing enforcement orders. And so if you want to contemplate that as a complaint, it can be. But for
Did
the
that
most
come in
part,
as a complaint, or did that come in because of a site visit? Because you just, basically what I heard you say, and I just want to make sure we got it right, is that there has not been an infraction based on a complaint that has been put in by a neighboring property or anybody that's called in.
Just to add to that, we have received calls through Pulse and through emails on the site. There's different, I guess, categories or classifications of what someone might perceive to be an issue. And
Yep.
then when we send an inspector out, it might not be an issue. So there's varying degrees, but yes, there has been contact. As of last week, there's been contact about the site.
Yeah, and that's why I just wanted clarity. My dog gets health checks all the time, and so there's I guess there's complaints everywhere. But I just heard the question differently than the information that I knew, and so I guess I'll go back to just kind of the last one that I said. There has not, to your knowledge, there has not been an infraction on that property as of yet, based on information you've gotten from a call.
through the chair, we have had infractions on the property. I don't exactly remember if it was through a call or if it was through a site visit, but we were informed that the site had issues. We went out, we did our inspections, we found the issues to be true, and we issued enforcement orders onto the site.
And everything's been, I guess, taken care of to your
not-
satisfaction at this point?
No, it's still being worked on.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to run on Mayor Bowman's line of questioning, because frankly, you confused me a little bit there. When we're talking about converting this, and maybe Mayor Bowman, you can chime in if I got this wrong, but you were talking about it eventually being, potentially being direct control with discretionary use versus small holdings with discretionary use as it currently is. I would say that, in my opinion, if it was direct control with the same discretionary uses, it would be exactly the same as the land exists today, with one exception. We would remove the public and up from the equation. It would be a council decision solely, and the ability to appeal would be removed. Is that correct?
Through the chair, you're correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. I don't intend to beat this to the ground, but if council doesn't check on the bylaw and the direct control allow the owner to build whatever they want.
Through the chair to the question, can you please repeat it?
I said, if council doesn't check on the bylaw, can the direct control allow for the person to build whatever they want?
Through the chair, no. For any developments on land, the applicant will have to come to municipality, to council, for approvals if it is a direct control district. I don't know if council is going to take on the role of enforcement officers and go out and keep an eye on the property. I don't think that's going to happen. But I'm not sure what you exactly mean by if council doesn't check on the property.
Well, if we don't send an email about any issues about the places, I'm just trying to educate myself a little bit, because it's a whole lot of information to take in. But I just asked them a question: if council doesn't reply to, if council doesn't, I don't know if they'd say police, but answer any of the pulse stuff, or not the pulse stuff, but just, man, where did I go with this? I guess because I'm not understanding the direct.
Maybe I can help, Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's asking about the process if someone isn't following, basically doesn't get a development permit, doesn't come through council. Is council the one to enforce it? Is that what you're asking, Councillor Cardinal?
Well, yeah, that, and then obviously Such already answered the other piece, but yes, that would be it. Yeah.
Through the chair to the question, a permit would still be required to develop on the site. So if somebody was to move forward with development on the site without a permit, then our normal process for bylaw enforcement would kick in. And that includes
Perfect.
safety codes permits as well.
Well, that's fine. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I've heard a few times that if it's direct control, we have to approve. What do you mean by that? Then why do they need to apply if we have to approve?
Through the chair,
So just to get a better understanding.
this is the beauty of the permitted use. Typically, when council approves a zone, the Municipal Government Act, through the land use bylaw, allows certain uses to be classified as permitted uses and others to be identified as discretionary.
Yep.
Now, it's the comfort of the municipality and the intensity at which a use is rated, through which the distinction between permitted and discretionary uses is made. Like I mentioned before, if it's a low intensity use in a residential district, we would put it as a permitted use, which is if you apply for a permit for a low intensity use, an accessory structure, we will give you a permit. It just has to meet the standards.
Okay.
That way, the developer or the builder gets some set of assurance that if I was to apply for a specific set of uses on a property, I will be able to get it. The others are discretionary uses, are subject to more rigorous review.
Okay.
In this case, the proposed district has 22 permitted uses, which means by virtue of the bylaw, if it gets approved, council is saying that we are comfortable with all of these uses being on site with or without the studies that are required to support any of these uses. So if it's a high intensity use, I'm putting 5,000 people onto that property. And if it's a permitted use, then council cannot say no to it. Council has already, by virtue of approving this bylaw, confirmed that the site has enough servicing, that the site is, that the site is suitably, it has water, it has sanitary, it has services,
The
it has road
infrastructures
access.
and
There's
everything.
infrastructure to support that kind of use.
Okay.
That's what's typically looked at when we are approving or adding permitted uses. So because it has a lot of permitted uses, if the bylaw gets approved tonight, council is basically saying we're comfortable that all of these uses, for all of these uses, there is enough infrastructure on that site for us to be able to approve it.
Okay. Thank you. And then if for instance direct control is approved, then the applicants will come directly to council, and the role of development and planning department is eroded or is subject to whatever we maybe delegate back to you to go and do some study, because I don't believe we're the ones that will go and do some checks. I mean, it's not completely that you wouldn't have any role to play.
Through the chair, if the site is zone direct control, planning and development will continue to receive applications.
Okay.
Whatever we receive, we will bring it forward to council. Typically, there is a initial review of the application, and if we feel that an application is to be supported by certain kind of study, we will go back to the applicant and ask them for that study, but the applicant can say, no, I'm not providing it, in which case we will bring the application to council and will present to application, this is the application, this is what we asked for. Applicant has chosen not to provide this study, but it is a permitted use. Council, you have to make a decision.
Thank you.
Again, permitted use, you can't say no.
Thank you.
But with that said, if it's discretionary and direct control, council can say no without even giving a reason.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Cardinal, I believe, again? You're on mute, Kendrick.
Sorry. Thanks, Mayor. With 3 to 5 direct control permits, no, you said with 3 to 5 direct private property direct controlled, and we add this one, how does that look like?
Through the chair, the
Read.
development control lands that we have in the municipality, most of them don't really have any development on them. They are environmentally sensitive lands or contaminated lands, and that may be one of the reasons why they were zoned direct control in the first place. I don't know of a high-intensity development, direct control land in RMWB except Mac Island. There are other
Okay.
lands, but
Yeah.
they're not really developed.
Yeah, thanks, Such. I just figured I didn't even know there was. I guess I should. I wouldn't even have known to ask the question because I didn't even know there was any other things, any other places that were direct controlled. And you've educated me today. I'm sure you've educated the public as well, and I appreciate you guys for all you do. I got no more questions.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the nice presentations, lengthy one, and Director Amanda and such. A lot of details you people have already covered. One thing, you said enforcement is done by enforcement bylaws, rightly so. But sometimes we see something wrong, and mostly Councillor Lance Bouzier has been very smart to point out certain very wise observations and passed it on to CEO office, and surely we'll try to do it. And you know, anything going wrong, we do report it. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Do we have any other questions from council for the administration? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Such. Next up, we'll have opening comments from the applicant, and I'd like to invite Kimberly Jean up to present, please. And Kim, if you want to just say your name and for the record.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Kimberly Jean, and I have with me Dango Gogo. As a lawyer and local resident, she is available to answer any more legal questions about the MGA or Direct Control District. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself as landowner and on behalf of a vision that has been almost 5 years in the making. A vision rooted in family, community, economic diversification, and responsible development. I want to explain why this rezoning is in the community's interest. Why direct control? Sorry, it's on automatic. I don't know how that works. River's Edge Resort is a dream we've nurtured through extensive communication and cooperation with planning and development since October 2020. This 117-acre property at the end of Draper Road could become a one-of-a-kind, family-focused venue, a destination designed to celebrate life's milestones, foster youth development, and connect people to the land and to the community. We want to build something that Fort McMurray can be proud of, a place that supports residents, tourism, youth, and local businesses. The new land use bylaw approved this past March removed our ability to develop under approved uses, which have been in place for 25 years. It also removes our ability to subdivide are 117 acres. And I want to push home that point because I think it's something that's missing in this discussion so far. As we worked through the process over the last 5 years, we took great advice from planning and development to do this in stages and to start with a wedding facility and wedding and event facility first. However, we submitted our commercial development for that on April 8th, 2024, and it shows, the status shows us proceed to plan review. However, campground, resort facility, and outdoor recreation facility were discretionary uses. Starting January next year, in 7 months, those uses are removed. And the only permitted use on our land will be a single dwelling, including a home business limited to 2 client vehicles at a time. This, of course, affects our family, but it would also, we believe, be an enormous loss for Fort McMurray. Direct control zoning would enable council to regulate development of this community-focused vision responsibly. Direct control is not a loophole. It is the tool that municipalities across Alberta use for exactly this kind of project, where the project benefits the entire community, and it makes sense for council to retain control of development. I've included a few examples in my submission here. Let me be clear. Our direct control proposal includes safeguards. We're not asking for unchecked development. Our proposed bylaw requires all development to meet technical conditions such as proper road access, water and sewer compliance, and erosion control. The DC zone allows council to maintain oversight and set site-specific conditions as needed. DC districts are widely used in Alberta and across Canada for properties with unusual site conditions such as ours. In fact, Stantec now has an entire business unit that just writes and consults on DC bylaws. And as administration mentioned earlier, DC districts are designed to manage special use situations where standard zoning regulations are insufficient. The land is located at the very end of Draper Road, far from any neighbors. A traffic impact assessment prepared by Stantec also showed that Draper Road is more than sufficiently, sorry about that, more than sufficiently built for this initiative. At the heart of our proposal is K-Care, Kids Camp at River's Edge, 16 acres set aside for safe, inclusive space for youth, including Indigenous children and those with medical complexities, to experience outdoor education, recreation, and culture, a place for them to grow, learn, connect in a natural setting. River's Edge Family Campground would be a welcoming and peaceful, gated and controlled family-focused campground. And it would align with local bylaws. We see it having a mix of tent camping, RV camping, and small cabins, but the final decision, of course, would be with council. Our existing home includes 5,000 square feet of event space, 4 luxury stay suites, and 2,000 square foot outdoor deck overlooking the Clearwater, beautiful Clearwater River. It could host weddings, anniversaries, reunions, other significant community gatherings, helping to mark life's happiest moments in a place that reflects the natural beauty and spirit of our region. We also intend to offer concessions for seniors and local not-for-profits to further support the community that has given so much to us. We've undertaken exhaustive consultation, planning, and engagement, and have heard from many that this is what Fort McMurray needs for families, for the economy, for tourism, for recruitment and retention, and for happiness and joy. We've also heard concerns from Draper residents, particularly about permitting, traffic, and noise. We respect the feedback and have created plans to mitigate these things. And I would welcome questions on this if you'd like to know how. To put false narratives to rest, I want to state unequivocally that we have always operated and built with necessary permits in place, always. We want River's Edge to be a place of integrity, happiness, and goodness. I have all of our permits with me here if you'd like to review them. Finally, River's Edge Resort aligns with the local tourism goals and RMWB strategic plans and would fill a gap in community infrastructure. In closing, this bylaw is about more than just zoning. It's about creating something meaningful. It's about bringing families together, offering opportunities to our youth, supporting local businesses, and helping Fort McMurray grow in a way that reflects who we are and where we want to go. We're asking for your trust, your vision, and your vote to rezone this land under direct control. Help make River's Edge a reality and bring joy to generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the nice presentation and coming over and your community contributions. I read it somewhere that there's a project for children also. You have some children project also here?
Yes, absolutely.
What is that?
It is a 16 acres that we envision being set aside for a not-for-profit children's camp that would cater to our local kids, but also to Indigenous youth and children with medical complications, where there's not a lot of spaces in Alberta and Canada where these kids can currently have fun, make memories outside, go to camp. And so children, families is a huge part of what we want to bring. And really, this community could benefit so much from having something like that here in Fort McMurray.
Thank you. How much total land holding you have in this area?
In Draper, 117.3 acres.
And how many acres you want to earmark for this project?
It would be our vision to earmark 16 acres for the children's camp and 16 acres for the event and wedding gathering spaces, and then 16 acres for just to be set aside for future, and the rest would be the River's Edge family campground. But
during children, you said children and Indigenous children. There would be what is the demarcation? What is the division here? Some special training for Indigenous, or some special motivation for that?
Thank you very much for the question. We've had a number of Indigenous leaders approach us interested in programming for their youth and also cultural education and things like that. So we would leave that to the leaders of the nations to offer that programming specifically. Well, that would be my vision anyway, but it would ultimately be up to council.
No, that's a good thing, madam. But you see, my question is that Indigenous period, they are widely spread in reserves, Fort Chippewa, Fort Mackay, Conklin. So would you be developing some hostel here also, a residential building also?
Our vision would be an overnight camp, just like other overnight camps throughout Alberta. But ultimately, there would be somewhere for them to stay overnight if they needed to. And again, ultimately, a decision on how many or what capacity would be in the hands of council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to go back on something you mentioned there. You said that ultimately the council would have the final decision on how the lands could potentially be developed. Is that what you meant?
Yes, that's what council has the final discretion to decide what is done on the land.
So, just as an example, one of the discretionary uses that you would have moved to, and this is just an example, to a permitted use is a campground. If council said no to the campground, what would you do? Knowing full well that it's a permitted use.
So they basically saying that the municipality is limited on the ability to ensure or to decide what should be done is technically, let me rephrase that through the chair. Upon receiving an application for development, it says the council must approve any of the permitted uses as listed in the proposed district. Technically, that is true under section 642 sub 1 of the Municipal Government Act. but only if the application conforms to the direct use bylaw provisions that are already approved by council. So if council has not already approved that, it's not going to be on the list. If they've already approved it, then they can't go back according to that to say that they want to take it back. However, if the use is permitted, all the conditions that are listed in the direct bylaw must be satisfied. So the owner of the land cannot just go and develop things that are not already authorized, already approved by council. Council, as the development authority, must issue the permit before any kind of development can be done. However, council controls what, like I said, what is defined by permitted use in the bylaws. And council also under direct use could or should include further technical or contextual requirements that they require in order for those permitted uses to be approved for public good and desired to, and require anything that they need under that.
Okay, I've got a question further to that, and I do understand that. So let me ask you this. If we were to remove, sorry, right now the land is obviously zoned as small holdings with a number of discretionary uses. It's clear in this request that your applicant would like to have council make the decision, not the individuals that administer the land use bylaw, which is our planning department. If we were to make an amendment to your submission that all of the items that are listed as discretionary use would once again be listed under discretionary use, but under direct control, would that be something that you would consider?
So because the bylaws have not been approved and they have to be approved.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Can you repeat your question through the chair?
Would you be amenable to having a direct control zoning that has all the discretionary uses that are listed under small holdings exactly the same way they are? The only thing that it's removing is, frankly, the appeal process and public and the planning department. It becomes you say you want council to make the decision, but you only want council to make the decision so long as it's a permitted use versus a discretionary use. So would you be amenable to having all of those uses still listed as discretionary?
I'll start by saying I haven't looked into that option.
Sure you have.
I have not. No, I have not. Our consultants recommended this because at the end of the day, this is about Fort McMurray. It's not about us. It's not about anybody. It's about Fort McMurray getting an amazing facility that would create happiness and joy and bring families together and make memories and grow roots in our community. So sure, if you want to do discretionary use and say no to everything, that's just going sort of against why you would say yes to this in the first place, in my opinion.
So to that point, no one has said no. Nobody has said no.
Through the chair, it's not a question that we can say yes or no to, because at the end of the day, we don't make that decision. The council makes that decision. We can go by what our consultants have.
As it sits.
Sorry, go ahead.
So your preference would be, to answer that question, your preference would be to leave the application as it's submitted, correct?
Because that's what the professionals have recommended. That's not our decision. We don't know how to develop. We're going based on what the developers have recommended and asked us to come before council for.
Okay, that's fair. So I guess my next question is relative to the, as planning had mentioned, there was already an application submitted, development permit. They mentioned the 3. I think we're all well aware that this land was rezoned to accommodate those requests back in June of 2024, so almost a full year ago. I know you have a concern about as you mentioned, the January 1st, 2025, or sorry, 2026, where there's a change. There's a full 18 months roughly in there that the application could be submitted, reviewed, approved or declined, appealed, et cetera. We're already 11 months in. What's taking so long? Like, why haven't we proceeded with the small holdings development, or have you paused it to pursue this avenue?
I think that would probably be better addressed to administration. It was just,
Fine, I can ask administration, what is there a holdup right now, and what might that be?
Through the chair, we don't know. We've already submitted an application since November that has not been processed. So that is administration and the process, and being aware that there are changes coming after they've actually already approved things that are already in use that now cannot be done. And that will be a question that administration should answer.
I guess I'm asking, is there something outstanding that they're waiting for?
Not to our knowledge. They haven't come back. From what we understand, it's still in process.
Through the chair to the question, I know that Such Chanjuk is coming to the podium as well. We have the 3 development permit applications in front of us. It was mentioned earlier that we don't consider them complete. There are definitely components of the applications in which we do feel supplementary information has been useful for us to review the development permit applications. Such can go through some more detail as to what's outstanding exactly. But as mentioned earlier, we need to ensure that this development is properly developed. We are looking at an area in which it's in the floodplain. There are some slope stability issues within that area. It's along the Heritage River, and whatever development occurs down there, we need to make sure that it happens the right way. We have been in conversation with the applicant quite a few times over the past few years, and we have gotten additional information and supplementary material that has been useful. However, there's still outstanding items that we need in order to make a decision that's safe and orderly and makes sense for the community. I'll let Such.
Can I just ask real quickly? I think you've touched on it. Have you asked for some? I don't need the details. I don't think any of us need the details. Have you asked for certain pieces of information and not yet received it?
Yes, there's still information outstanding.
And the applicant is aware of that?
Correct.
Sorry,
that's all
no,
I
the
need.
applicant is not aware.
I think you guys need to talk. So.
Is there any other questions, Councillor Ball?
Not at this point, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thanks again for the presentation. To Ms. Jean, one of the things you stated tonight is that what is built to date, you have permit for. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that's correct.
So what is built, you got the permit for, but the use of what is built is what needs to change, and that's why we need the rezoning?
Yes, so we, as I had mentioned, we applied for a commercial development permit so that we could operate as a event center. Right now, we can't operate that way. I just rented on Airbnb as a residence.
Okay, so that's not the permit that you have?
Yeah, as in terms of, you know, even if a corporation had wants to come and do a fundraiser or raise money for charity, or if they want to host a, a ticketed event of some sort, that's not currently permitted. And of course, it's not permitted for us to have more than 150 people because that's the maximum in our residential area. And then there's other things that would not be permitted as well. So.
Okay, and that's what was approved anyway. That was what the city, the municipality approved for that property.
It's currently residential.
Okay, thank you. So I've heard briefly, or I know as well, I've been to the property anyway. And we all know Draper as gone through flooding, and we even did buyout. And this property is by the river. So what is the flood mitigation that you have in place? I mean, even to get this approved is one thing, but lives and properties, how are we going to be sure that, should this even be considered, what is the safety measures that you have in place?
Thank you for the question. The first safety measure is that 60% of the property is above the 1 in 200 year flood zone. So that's a great safety measure. We've done extensive flood mitigation on the building, including using spray foam insulation, marine grade electrical wiring, blueskin membrane under the stone veneer, sealing the windows with caulking and blueskin. We've moved all the electrical and distribution and main panels above the flood level. We've moved HVAC to also above flood level. We've added structural reinforcement through king studs in the structure. We've moved all habitable spaces above 250.9, and we've regraded the property to facilitate drainage and redirect flow of water away from the building. We've built a second means of egress, so a second way to get out, and most of that is above the 250 as well. And we've also planted over 4,000 trees recommended by Northrend Forestry for erosion as well as flood management. And you know, the flood, we went through the fire and we went through the flood. Our family went through both, and our properties were destroyed by both. You know, in the context of the fire, the escape was harrowing. People didn't know if they were going to survive.
I was here.
In the state, yes, thank you. But in the instance of the flood, we watched it coming for days. We knew it was going to happen. We measured it as it came up our street, hour by hour. It's not, we can definitely put in safety measures for that spring breakup season. That will not be an issue because we're aware of it and we can predict it.
Okay. When I visited the property, the roads, the access road, I don't know if there's a plan or how is the road to your property right now?
Originally, we had a access road through another property, and now we are able to build our own driveway, so we don't have to go through that other property, which is at 247 meters, so under flood level. It needs constant work and improvement, and so now we have a driveway that can actually deal with what we're proposing and that is safe.
And finally, the public engagement that was done, it seems to be completely different, maybe completely different
yes.
sets of people, or what the city, what RMWB heard seems to be different from what you heard. Is there any reason for, or what could be behind it?
Councillor Banjoko, I'm not quite sure why there's such, different information that we have. Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes here about all the people who have reached out from Draper. We have a number of people from Draper that are supporting us and do support us and have reached out. 10 people plus their families in Draper specifically have reached out. I think a lot of people just don't want to get up and speak or put their name forward. Here are some of the comments that the RMWB 2024 survey had from Draper residents. Reinstate agricultural areas, allow for small-scale farming, chickens, help diversify the local area, allow something like Dunvegan and smaller operations to flourish, small-scale cabin rentals. I believe we need more freedom to do what we want with the land we own. People don't buy properties to be told what they're allowed and not allowed to do on it. They buy properties because it's their hope to make their dreams come true. No, I gotta emphasize, these are not people that are associated with our project at all. I don't know any of the people who made these comments. Protect the environment, but don't limit development. Draper needs services and land uses. Maximize variety of land uses in country residential and small holdings. All development should be allowed on 1 hectare to allow small businesses to be price effective. Anyone who owns property should be free to use it as they wish. Allow more forms of development. You're being far too restrictive with people's private property. Anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Jean, through the chair. Thank you. I appreciate the samples, and I heard them. And finally, you said, you also said this is for RMWB. This project is because you want to do something for RMWB. And you've gone through a whole lot of, agro with this. So I must ask you what then inspired you to keep pushing for this, if it's for the community and at least a lot of people don't want it, and maybe some want it or half and half. Why?
Thank you very much for the question. I've only been here 11 years in Fort McMurray, but I've seen the difference just in the 11 years of morale, of, the number of people that are here, the number of people that stay here. My family has been here for almost 60 years. They've been through the ups and downs. They've seen the great years where there was so much to do in the community for families and children. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Our greatest dream is to make Fort McMurray a world-class city. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Our dream is to make Fort McMurray a world-class city that has opportunities for everybody. And this would just be a tiny, tiny part, but it could be the beginning of something really amazing for this city. And, children, I've talked to so many families who, they have to bring their kids to Sylvan Lake to go to camp. That's not right. And it's not right to have to go to Lac La Biche or Grand Prairie to have a weekend camping with your family. And it's not right to go to Edmonton instead of keeping local money here to have a beautiful wedding in a beautiful setting. And Councillor Banjoko, the reason why we keep pushing is for that.
Thank you, and I don't mean to make another woman cry today, so I hope you can laugh.
Yes.
And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko. I just have one quick question, Kim. You had mentioned in your presentation about things like people are concerned about noise, and you had a plan for that?
Thanks for the question, Mayor Bowman. One of the reasons why we also planted those trees, we went to Northland. What is it?
Take a minute. Take a minute. You're okay.
Yes, sorry. Yes, let me find my notes. Northland, yeah. We went to Northland Forestry and asked them, for noise and slope stability, for noise and slope stability, what's the best trees to be planting on this land, and something that is native to the region and all that. We wanted to do that research, and so we went and we purchased over 4,000 trees, and we've planted them. They're saplings, but when they grow, that will help with the noise and slope stability and all that kind of stuff. In addition, just as a comment, we are very far away from our nearest neighbor, and we've done tests ourselves to see how far does that sound travel, and we're confident that it would not, we're confident that it wouldn't be as much of an issue as perhaps it seems, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They talked about the area structure plan coming out. It seems to be a constant conversation that I bring up. But they said that it was all leaning towards rural residential out there. Do you feel that this fits that character and that idea down in Draper?
Oh, to be honest, we totally agree, and I agree with keeping it rural residential character. That's part of the beauty of having something like that there. You don't want to be in a campground or out in nature and feel like you're in a city. And so, especially being at the end of the road, I don't think this would change the rural residential character of Draper at all.
Okay, thank you. We got letters that came in. Some of the things some of the other councillors brought up. A couple of them, though, I just wanted to ask you about. A couple of things that they're worried about. One of them was drinking and driving, and then the other one was egress and fire safety with no hydrants. What's your thoughts on those?
Thank you for the question. So traffic, drinking and driving, and fire safety.
Yeah.
In terms of fire safety, I mean, it's already an issue just with general overall wildfires. In this case, we would, it would at the end of the day be up to council. But what we had planned would be to see all the best practices in Alberta and wildfire country for campgrounds, because there's campgrounds everywhere across Canada in wildfire country. And so we would want to implement those best practices, even to a higher standard, of course, because we do have, one means of egress, unless you also use the river, which is possible as well as a second means of egress.
Right.
In terms of traffic, data provided by third-party engineering firm tells us the road is more than adequate and wouldn't be impacted. And also, I don't know if you've heard of, there's a great new local company in Fort McMurray called YMM On Demand Shuttle, and I saw them like driving, and they had their decal on their vehicle, and so I called them up, and they said they're brand new, 7 months old, and I talked to them about possibly partnering to reduce the traffic on Draper Road for stuff like for events and gatherings and things like that. They have everything from luxury buses to regular buses to shuttles to small sedans. They were very excited about the opportunity.
Okay. And that would be your solution for drinking and driving as well?
Drinking and driving, it could be 100%. They would be able to help us out with that. But we also, in our vision, we envision a gated and controlled family-friendly campground with enforced regulations. Like if you look at some of the regulations in the campgrounds around Alberta, you'll see that public intoxication in public areas of the campground is strictly not tolerated at all, and you will be evicted and fined. And so, we want people to have fun, but we want people to stay safe. We would also make sure, that because it's gated, you would have someone enforcing any rules and regulations that council would want to put in place for that.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam, once again. You see, I see quite a long list of residents, and I recognize many. I have attended their community engagements also. Draper residents, they might be not very happy. Have you carried out some consultation, some incentive to them, some priority in further their incentives to make a friendly gestures towards them also?
Well, we've done a lot of engagement. We've been door to door trying to talk to people and explain what the vision is. We've reached out to all of our neighbors, and actually two of the closest people to us are supportive of this this venture and what we're proposing in the vision. Apart from that, we do want to offer, again, concessions to Draper residents for events and things like that.
That's good. Another thing is that, is it safe from flood?
Excuse me. We have done extensive flood mitigation in the building itself. So if a flood came that was similar to the one before, which hasn't been seen here in Fort McMurray, and well, no one here has seen a flood like that. All we would have to do to the building itself was essentially replace the drywall and a couple of fridges. And then the rest of it, like I had mentioned before, we would be prepared around the spring breakup time to see what needed to be done for flood.
Correct. Is it a gravel road complete or asphalt or road also?
Draper Road is completely asphalted all the way to the end.
Okay, once I saw it was a gravel road, sorry, that's why I'm asking. So is there any outlet towards the airport side, Rotary golf course in case of fire or emergency?
Not at the moment. The second means of egress would be, the means of egress would either be Draper Road or the river.
May not be a vehicle going up, maybe some on foot or in emergency people could get out.
I believe there is it was planned, that road was sort of at one point going to be built. I don't know if there's currently a cut line or something there, but I would have to find out and get back to you.
Fine, thank you very much. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to say I can certainly appreciate your passion with this, but I just want to understand one further thing. Under the current land use, I believe there's nothing that stops you from continuing with your application. Is that correct? For this development in the form that it currently is in?
Time.
Sorry, I missed that.
Time is stopping us from continuing.
Well, it's not 2026 yet, so there is time. And so let me ask this of our administration. The application is currently in. Does the clock stop ticking in January, or because the application has already been submitted, does it kind of continue under that timeline?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, if we receive an application under the current land use bylaw, it will be processed under the current land use bylaw.
So time is not a factor relative to small holdings, land use with discretionary use under the current application.
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair, and thanks for the presenters. So to date, I gotta make sure, because I know, like I have a dream, like I'd like to have a few Rolls Royces. Am I going to get them? Probably not. But today you're being very transparent with what you'd like to see. But two things I do see, that two of the generations that we look after are our elders and our children. But that, wouldn't you agree that's a ways out? But you're just being transparent of what might take place in the next year or two, your plans. And sometimes when you let your plans out, they might not happen. But you can leave here tonight and say, this is what we have planned. And every time we put a nail or a piece of wood in a structure in Fort McMurray, we're tagging ourselves to the future. To those little kids in the front row, or to me where I'm going to need a place for a camp myself. And tonight, I think, Mayor, we're talking about a zoning. We're grilling each other like the size of the porch I'm going to put on the house you think I'm going to build. The right thing, the egress, I think if memory serves me correct, from the snow drifters, I think there's one lift, is it, Nick? I think there's one crossing left, and you have egress. So the waste that you're gonna take off of that property, to short haul it, we'll have a road. We'll have a road after that you built for us. And that's what people need to see, rather than, I don't know, there's 36 speakers. My favorite buddy's next, I think. But everybody has a stake. But at the end of the day, this is bigger than Draper, bigger than waterways. I even heard somebody tonight talking about being part of Ward 1.
Councillor McGrath, just a question for the presenter, and we'll get debated in a few minutes.
The question is, was I seeing things? Right now, you have a 4 beautiful place. Is that open to stays right now?
If you'd like to rent through Airbnb, yes.
Right. Well, I can barely afford the bed I got, but you know, if I'm just saying that it gives people a place to come. So right now, and what you're trying to do tonight is to have some kind of plan to take away. So I guess the question would be, the driver is this, is that you can go away and make some plans that fall in place, and if there's some grants and stuff that makes the community for mental health, or a camp for kids, or a camp for elders, you have some vision. And not to take away from a buddy Sash, because I tell you that Sash and his team, and sorry, Amanda, I've seen them rebuild a community. And the best thing we've done was give it to them in a separate committee. So the question is, do you see yourself actually taking this property and doing all this stuff? Because I believe the guy got to fix the road he started to build, level it out kind of bit. And you're doing all that yourself, right? Like, I don't think you'll have 2,500 lots in there next year. And like anything, if I was having a special event in Cartier Park in Timberley, I'd need a permit. And in that permit, I'd have to have lights, noise control, security. So it doesn't matter if it's in Draper or up in my backyard. We got chickens in the backyard, we got pigs in the backyard. Like, we're telling the world we're open for business, right? But we're closed for business internally. So I'm for the project for 2 reasons.
Just for now, just
I guess,
I
gotta go back to
just a question.
Do you plan on building something there next month if this changes more? Is there any big surprises coming our way?
No big surprises. We're going to put in some bathrooms and some kitchens so that food can stay warm. And then if you said today, you can, well, you can't say that today, but anyway, as soon as we applied for a commercial development permit, we would put in bathrooms and kitchens if you approved it. There are no surprises, but I have to tell you, Councillor McGrath, this type of development takes a lot of time, and with all due respect. It takes a lot of time because there are many things that you have to do right. You have to make sure you have the geotechnical studies to make sure that that people are going to stay safe. And in order to, contract a geotechnical engineering firm, have them come to Fort McMurray because they're not local here, get the report done. That took me 3 months. Then, what about other studies? You've got to get engineers up from Edmonton. They have to make time. They could only be here every 4 months. So 7 months, with all due respect, is not a long time to try to put together a development permit for this type of vision.
I got you, but I think 14 years ago, when I think I met you on the Hill, great. But I'm going to tell you something. There's no better community to find a geotechnical company or an engineer. I work with the best, and some are retired. So, I can take a lot, but I guarantee you one thing. If somebody goes out of this community to get an engineering or a testing company, I worked with the best. Bobby Cameron, I think he's retired. Besides all that, Mayor Bowman, there's no big plans to bring in a roller coaster in waterways by summer. You're not, any event in this community, whether it's down in, and I'm asking through the chair to planning, I just can't hold a pig roast in back of my house at a venue without a permit, right? Because I heard drinking and driving, stupidest thing ever, but we can't control that. But that's in your permit to have, is that not right? Ooh.
Through the chair, special events are allowed in certain districts.
Yeah.
And if it's special event on private land, if the district allows it, we will issue a permit for it.
Right. Well, thank you, Mayor, for your patience, because I just look at Mrs. Jean, and I think they always were by the book when I was a kid across the street. So, one other thing, Mayor, Mr. Williams, Irv, say a prayer for Irv, because it's all that generation that looked after me, and an old Victor over there at the back wall. So that's where I get some of my thinking from. Sorry, Mayor, I get carried away, but there's a whole lot of history in this room, and one day it's got to break, and then we become a community again. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Rath. And got to hold those thoughts into it when we get in debate as well.
Yep.
Do we have any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you both.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
right now, council is going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. I just remind council we're in a public hearing, so we'll try not to be speaking to anyone outside the hearing. Welcome back, everyone. Just to resume, I just want to check with the CLO. Have we received any written submissions that you can acknowledge on the record?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As outlined on page 12 of 131 of the agenda packages this evening, there were a total of 61 written submissions received prior to the agenda being published on Wednesday, May 21st. 47 written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw and 14 written submissions in opposition. As mentioned, these are included in the agenda package today. After publishing the agenda, there were an additional 48 written submissions received, 7 in support, and 41 in opposition, which have been shared with Council, and they will be uploaded to our agenda package following the conclusion of today's meeting. The overview is shared through Teams and displayed inside the Council chamber. The total written submissions received in support is 54, and the total number of submissions received in opposition is 55, for a total of 109 written submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McGrath?
The numbers. How many how many written for and against altogether combined?
109 written submissions, 55 opposed and 54 in favor.
So it was opened up to, I guess it wasn't just an area questionnaire, it was a regional questionnaire?
Through the chair, this was advertised as part of the legislated public hearing process through our public notice bylaw. So it was advertised throughout on our website, as well as other various methods of advertising. And members of the public were able to submit their written submissions through the process.
Because sometimes I know I talk fast, so to understand it properly, it wasn't just a vote from or a tally from Draper. It was open up to everybody in our wonderful region. And it looked like it was altogether how many?
109.
109, and there's 38 here tonight?
We're over 40 at this moment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Roth. Do we have the other list? And moving on to verbal submissions. First off, we have Michelle Hondel. And I just want to, since we have so many delegates tonight, sorry, Michelle. Since we have so many delegates tonight, I just want to emphasize that everyone has 5 minutes to present. And I'll be letting them know when you reach 4.5 minutes, you have 30 seconds to wrap up. So Michelle, you go ahead. And as a reminder, just your name for the record. As I mentioned, you have 5 minutes to present. Just remain on topic and remain seated for questions, please.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Hondel. I'm a resident of Draper. I want to start, first of all, by thanking the following councillors who responded to me when I emailed them. Councillor Ball, Councillor Grandison, Councillor LaValle, Councillor Banjogo, and Mayor Bowman. I really appreciate it, the response. It was just a response, and I really do appreciate your time in doing so. I am in opposition to the amendment of the Land Use Bylaw 99-059. On June 25th, the 2024 council meeting, the Jean Family Business presented to council for the bylaw amendment number 24-008 in order to have that singular designation for their subject property. Planning and Development at the time brought forward this amendment at the change at the applicant's request. At the time, both the applicant and planning referenced the Highway 69 Clearwater River Valley ASP, which is a document that's 25 years old, as well as the 2012 NDP. And further to that, Councillor Kendrick, I actually did present at that council meeting, and I actually was the one that told council and planning and development that the dwelling itself in question was a single-family dwelling and is operating currently as a bed and breakfast and an event center. In the 2016 wildfires aggravated the slope stability issues. Sorry, I missed a spot. The motion was carried 10-0. On July 9th, 2024, bylaw 24-05, which was the municipal development plan, it was introduced. And in section 6.3, responsibly developing rural communities, under the Draper section, the document states that the 2016 wildfires aggravated the slope stability issues on the lands located south of Draper Road. And the 2020 floods were a reminder that the lands north of Draper Road are located in a floodplain and are susceptible to flooding. To minimize the risk to life and property, Municipal Council has taken several steps, such as extending a grant program at dwelling level to enhance flood resiliency, offering buyout to properties, and approving motions to reinstate land use regulations that promote safe developments. The document also goes on to state that Draper is challenged by both flood and slope stability issues. This document also further states that under section 6.3.2 FB, that country-style development may be allowed subject to technical studies and approval for development by the municipality in areas that are considered safe from flood, wildfire, slope instability, and slumping risks. And as far as I'm aware, the property at the end of the road is one of the lowest elevations across the downtown waterways and the Draper Core. Fast forward to this evening, on page 9 of Planning Development slide presentation, the second key consideration being if the proposed direct control is approved, it is deemed approved without requiring the technical studies to confirm adequate infrastructure to support development proposals. So that could include geotechnical studies in which any resident Draper, if they build on land, is required to do so. A slope stability report, which is required. Environmental assessment, again, which is required. The RMWB would be legally contravening the future MDP under section 6.3. Further to that, an application must be made to the Alberta government under the Public Lands Act for any development, such as beach modification, development, and/or a boat launch. My question is the RMWB ready to be responsible under direct control designation? It is also worth noting, and as I brought forth many times in previous council meetings, the applicants have disregard for the permitting process. As brought forward by Planning and Development, there is actually 3 applications in forward for this property. They have not been approved. So currently, right now, after speaking with Planning and Development, the only application,
Michelle, if you want to.
the only application from a development permit that has been submitted. So right now, there is a road that was just discussed by Ms. Jean with the emergency egress. I did discuss this with Planning and Development. That is an application only, yet the road is built. And that is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Does anyone have any questions for the presenter, Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. And always great to see you back in council chambers, ma'am. No doubt, I would say the footprint of where we used to swim, where that Blondie's house is right now, I think it's about, it'll be 295, 293, because I know when Frankie Richards and the boys were racing on the river, our jets need to be changed, and that's how we knew. So it kind of goes down, but again, everybody that lived here knew that that was a Market Gardens, most of that area back of that. So to me, the structure's already there, and the owner has the liability. And the reason why I brought up the slope stability is because it's real, but it's on the other side of the road. I was there and asked for the pieces to get put in because they teach us up north about slope stability and stuff like that. And I'm not a wonder work, but when you work with Bobby Camel and those guys, you learn a few things. So, and this is why I bring it up. That hill is separated by a road that we just built. And if we always want that road to be lonely and nobody on it, but this is just a zoning thing, because you see, the persona given off here this evening is that if this is changed, we're a bunch of hillbillies, and they could put whatever they want on it. But I'm going to tell you something. As a kid, and my question is this, I've never seen the family disrespect the permitting process. The road is far from finished. The road was stopped last winter. I was there because, like I said, I put my home there from Gregoire about 34 years ago.
Order.
And so, don't point of order.
Thanks, Councilman.
Point of order on what? The question is,
Thanks, Councilman Roth.
the question is, the slope stability, is it a concern? Or is it nimble? Because it's on the other side of the road, and the footprint, the buttress was the road. The road that we just built, that's the buttress. The ditching we just done. So it's not the jeans are getting this big deal. The road is not finished. The permits that are in place right now, the work is not started. Because it happened to work for the guy that's building the
You have
road.
a question for the presenter
The
now,
question
Councilman
is, other than, I hear your concern, but what is the main concern? Because I don't like people coming in and saying the genes don't adhere to the process. Because I, as a councillor, I heard you, and I went because a good friend of mine lived there, Blondie. I know the area. But I don't want these people to thinking that you got a council here that's just going to let the Band-Aid off for this evening. Because what is the biggest stop block for taking, not a building, not a permit, but taking it and putting it back in to the mayor's hands and the council's hands? Because guess what? This area will always be a bone of contention. We have spent almost $100 million. Did we do it right? No. I was part of that. I own it. But we're only trying to make, so what would be, what would be the best outcome of that property?
Thanks, Councilman Roth. Go ahead, Michelle. The best outcome I think the question is the best outcome you could hope for.
If you went to the property, then you are well aware that there is a slope issue there. There is a slope issue. The land was fully cleared. Water is draining completely down, creating crevices, and is draining down to the Clearwater River. My concern is simply this. When I purchased land out in Draper, I was required to follow the permitting process. And it was the most horrible, contentious thing my husband and I ever did. And that was just coming off an expropriation of our house, was having to deal with planning and development. I was also required to spend $40,000 to get a geotechnical investigation. I was required to have an environmental assessment. I didn't even have a tree cleared, and I had to have this done. So when I see an egress, an emergency access road being built, and I question planning and development on it, and I am told that an application only has been put forth, then why is the road built?
The road, to me, the road is not built. The drainage issues are the owners, like anybody, and I think everything that you just said, that's what the permitting place is. So I don't want people to think that we're just running haddock. So again, the biggest concern is that they're not following the process. Well, I can ask because they stopped work last winter, and nobody had a sense. I have my truck there. I walk my dog there, and as you go up top where my trailer was, at the end of the day.
Mayor Bowman, should he be asking this when he's obviously clearly had relations with that property and family? I'm feeling a little not comfortable in this situation.
We can not be debating back and forth.
No, I just asked.
If you have a direct question, Councilman McGrath, but we're not going to debate with the presenters.
Sure. As an elected official, what would you like this evening become of this?
I would like the land use bylaw, which includes the municipal development plan, the current one starting January 1st, 2026. I would like it to be enforced for Draper.
Thank you.
Well, fair enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it appropriate to ask administration questions based on things that Michelle said?
I'd say take notes, and we'll go back to that after we finish
Okay.
through the,
Then I have done. Thanks.
okay. Councilor, no, administration? Okay, and we'll go, once we go through the residents. Does any other councilor have any questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Next up, Sherry Reiki. And Chair, just a reminder, just to say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic and remain seated for questions after, please.
My name is Sherry Rake. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to thank you for your time and your focus tonight. I have been a resident in Fort McMurray for 14 years. While I have watched many of these council meetings, this will be the first speaking at. I'm here today because I truly believe in this project. I believe in the growth of our town and our region, and in supporting local. I am here asking you all to vote in favor of our town's growth. By voting yes to the land bylaw amendment, bylaw number 25-012 for Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 2321444. I do have a question, not for you guys to answer right now, and some of you guys have during this talk, but how many of you have actually driven out through waterways and the new landscape down the new road to Draper ending at River's Edge? The reason I ask is it's one thing to vote on an amendment that's on paper with no connection, but when you connect with what you are voting on, it gives meaning and weight to it. I have driven the Draper Road hundreds of times in the years that I've lived here. From the dirt gravel road, which helped my children go to sleep, to all the changes and the plans of where that road is. Now today, driving down the Sillen Creek Parkway, the amount of work and planning and landscaping that's gone in is amazing. The beauty is breathtaking. People are now able to take in the natural beauty that Wood Buffalo has to offer. I've been taking my family south to Gull Lake every summer so that we can go camping, so that my son last year for the first time could sleep in a cabin and have a camping experience, and for the beauty. Yet we have this hidden gem in our own backyard. It's kind of crazy that I have to drive 8 hours and then leave my son to go to camp. Yeah, there's natural beauty. This beauty is being wasted, and it's really sad. River's Edge is a hidden gem. The vision they have is exactly what our town and our region is in great need of. Your vote in favor truly is about growth and development, which benefits everyone in our region. River's Edge Resort is much more than just another business trying to open. It's about all businesses in town and towns around us to be involved, and it adds an aspect to attract more tourism. We are more than just oil and gas. We have a natural beauty that needs to be shared. But why would anyone come north? My grandma, who was 89 years old, always wanted to come up here. She wanted to learn about the history and the oil sands. She used to go on mystery trips. They'd pack their bag, get on a bus, and they would go somewhere to learn about it. She used to always want to come up here. However, the week before she was to go on her next trip, she passed away. So, being curious, I contacted this company to see if she was going to make it here. What I found out was really sad. We were not on their list because we do not have any place for these people to stay, as they're all elderly and they would need one spot to rest. However, something like a facility like River's Edge would give open doors for a group like this mystery trip to come and do a tourism. speaking on personal experience, when I was planning my wedding, there was and still is nowhere in town that would facilitate my dream or my guests. We had our wedding in Grand Prairie. Had there been something like River's Edge, we would have stayed here. Instead, I gave my money to Grand Prairie and their region. Having a wedding here would mean local businesses were being given a job. My family and friends would all be traveling here, which again brings income to our town. Instead, it all went to Grand Prairie. On that note, in regards to this campsite, to be able to have something like this would be phenomenal. My family alone and other families, this is about growth in this town. You want to keep us, we need a reason to stay. There's a reason this place goes to empty in the summer, because we do not have what we need for our kids or our families here. So having the option to have our kids in a camp or to do this will not only help our own region and those around us, it's going to bring tourism in because people are going to have a reason to come. They're going to get to explore. They're going to get to go on our river. They're going to know what our heritage was. They're going to
Just have a little bit to wrap up.
Okay. They're going to get all that experience. In that, for far too long, Draper has been a separate community. But Draper is a part of Fort McMurray, and everyone should be allowed to enjoy Draper. We have put our money, our tax-paying money, into improving waterways in Draper, and then now it is time for us to say Wood Buffalo region is open for change and growth. You can't have growth without change, and change is hard. But we must all come together and for our region become stronger together. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sherry. Appreciate it. Just going to question of council, and just remind council just to ask direct questions to the presenters. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I deserve that. I just want to say, ma'am, thanks for coming up as a mom and as a community member and sharing your thoughts. And you're absolutely right. Anybody that drives down to Draper this evening as the sun sets, it's almost like walking down hole 14 at Vista Ridge with a couple of bucks in your pocket from DeRoche. And it's a beautiful community. And I think it'll all work out. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Just curious, do you live in Draper Road?
I do not.
Oh, you don't? Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. We have any question from council? Councilor Cardinal. I think you're on mute again, Councilor Cardinal.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. Thanks for that. Thanks for the presentation. Did you know that they wanted to build sweat lodges and stuff on site there?
No.
No. Well, that's what I was told. So I just kind of want to have a little clarity from maybe some of the residents. I don't know what was shared with others, but actually, you know what, Mayor? I'll leave this for debate. Sorry, I asked the question already. So
Thank you. Thanks. Do you have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing anything, Sherry.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, Leonie Bree. Leonie Bree. Trina Holloway. Richard and Lisa Sari. And just a reminder, just to say your name for the record, Richard and Lisa, and you have 5 minutes to present, and please remain on topic and remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I heard a couple people speaking before us. So, sorry, Richard Sari.
Lisa Sari.
Yeah, sorry about that. And a couple people speaking before us, and I think one of the councilors mentioned something about having a sweat lodge on the site. So that kind of came over from me because we were talking about putting a multicultural thing there for the Indigenous component, me being Métis. It was just verbatim. Actually, nothing was ever confirmed. And at the end of it, we decided actually not to have a sweat per se, because you have to have it sanctioned and by an elder and all that, and we wouldn't have had one unless we actually did the proper, performance. So I'll just sort of knock that out of there. But I remember somebody was mentioning something about a slope and the angle. So where their property is, there's really no slope. There's a little edge. I used to own an engineering firm here in Fort McMurray, Optics Engineering, and I did a geotechnical survey in that area there for some other residents just after the fire. And that was actually on the slope because of, there was problems and foundation issues and whatnot else. So on their property where they're at, there is no issues with slopes there. And there's a road and an abutment. So born and raised in Fort McMurray, and my wife moved up to Fort McMurray here, and we're very outdoors people. And we spent a lot of time on that road, and we zip out to Sapri Creek. I used to live in Sapri Creek for a few years, and we love it there. And we love everything that's going to go there. And we don't have that opportunity in Fort McMurray to have something so close right along a heritage river. So as in strong support of that area, because we grew up and we'd party in that area. We'd have burned tires and pallets and everything. And, that's what we did down in that little area. I used to call it Mox Flats back in the day, scrapping and doing all sorts of stuff. But anyway, that's what it was like. Now it's civilized, and there's an opportunity for people to come from all over the city. And that's all of McMurray. There's 70-some thousand people in Fort McMurray. That's a place that we can all enjoy. And we can put controls in place. Look at putting controls in place and being civilized, and having the opportunity to work with council and council to come together and, work with the information that you have here today, and, come make a good decision, because there's a lot of people that want this. And I respect everybody in Draper, and for the reasons, whatever they're opposed, that's fine. And we're entitled to do that. But I'm in strong support for River's Edge, for our family needs, and for the community in whole.
And just to add, we got married last year as well. Sorry. We as well got married last year as well, and we had to take our wedding outside of Fort McMurray due to the amount of people we wanted to have at our wedding. So to be able to open this up for weddings, and I can't agree more with the speaker before us about having that opportunity here to bring tourism and all the people and our families. And could have been 250 people with their families here for a week, spending their money in Fort McMurray. But once again, we had to take it to Westlock. So that's all I have.
Well, thank you both very much. I know you've been in the community forever, and I try not to indict yourself in anything that you did as a kid as you talk about what you're doing in Draper. Thanks. Questions from council? Councilor McGrath, you have a question?
Yep. Thank you, through the chair. I just hope Shane is next and Victor was next, because a lot of history. And I guess the question I have, Richard, how do we ever get past a Thursday night across the road with Dirty Harry? The times have changed, but what do you see negative in this project? Because where they're at, I would say, is amazing. They have more land than the government gave Fort McMurray. So, is it right to do something with it? And I heard tonight the shortcuts and stuff. But do you feel, is there something that we're missing as a council, other than the fact there's been a lot of heartbreak in this area? But I think some of that heartbreak can be turned into new families, facilities. And, by the way, ma'am, there was a big, beautiful wedding at the Legion. But the question would be, what, as a kid that grew up here, looked after us imports when we came, until we got tough enough to look after ourselves, what do you see? Why do you think there's such a, is because we made so many changes? Or how do you feel as a resident looking at 11 of us back here again talking about Draper? And be brutal, because I'm not afraid to take a couple of shots, as you know.
Well, in the 70s, there's a little over 22,000 people in Fort McMurray, and I didn't realize at that time, how special it was to have that small town feel. but it expanded and it grew. We used to call them like Area 1, Area 2,
Yeah.
Area 5, and
Up to 6.
yeah, Area 6. Yeah, but that's what it was, and that was from the old military days. But look at the size of the city now, and you know, there's been some mistakes like with the downtown remediation, and you know, it's trying
There's a lot of dirt.
it's trying to get fixed, but it's gone. They've removed what was there, and it is what it is right now. But we have an opportunity to make it right. We have an opportunity, I believe, with our council to, you know, make the right decision and, you know, enrich the city.
Well, I
And drape
appreciate
it
you coming in.
out there, have that.
I know. I know there's a few guys that grew up here in the community, and Van is over there, the guy that gives us the chicken burgers for 20 years for $6.99. So it is a hometown community, and it kills me when people get divided. And as far as me knowing, it's hard not to know a lady that fed you back in '82, eh, boy? So anybody comes in here as a councillor, you're going to know somebody. Thanks, thanks, Troche.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Do we have any questions for the presenters? I'm not seeing so. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
Next, we have Diana Heiselman on Teams.
Hi.
Hi,
Can
Diana.
everyone
Hi,
hear me?
Yeah, we do. Thank you. If you want to just introduce yourself for the record, and just to remind you, have 5 minutes to speak, and just remain on topic and remain online for questions, please.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. My name is Diana Heinzelman. I was here earlier with my little son, Henry Heinzelman.
Oh.
Thank you, Council and Mayor Bowman, for having us tonight. On behalf of my family and many other families in our growing and vibrant community, who want to see this community to continue to grow and develop, we strongly support Bylaw 25-012. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana, and thanks for bringing Henry in tonight.
No problem. Anytime.
Councilor McGrath, your question?
Thanks, and thanks for taking your kid home safe. And, you know, I think one thing that should be mentioned, were you delighted to see that there's a team there for kids? Would you take your kid, if this all works out at some point, would you take your kid camping just a little ways from home, but not be away from home?
Absolutely. My goodness. Birthday parties, lots of different events, camps. We definitely want to see more things in the community for our kids. And this would be a fantastic opportunity. And I hope it passes. I really do.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Diana. Oh, sorry,
Thank
Councilor
you.
Cardinal has a question, Diana. Sorry. Hold on.
My hand's up.
Go ahead, Councilor Cardinal.
Would you like to see a bar out there?
A bar?
Yeah.
I'm not much of a drinker, so it doesn't matter to me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diana. And just as we go through the presenters here, everyone, if someone's already come up and said what you want to say, because a lot of people have repeated it and said, we know somebody said this, if you're going to repeat what someone else said, if you just let us know in opposition or support and remain seated for questions, that would help a lot. Amanda Gergley. And again, Amanda, if you just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, remain on topic and remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amanda Gergley. I'm the owner of Higher Health Clinic downtown, and myself and my family strongly support Bylaw 25/012. I believe this property falls under the requirements for this bylaw to be amended, and I truly believe that the landowners have the very best interest in improving the community and the neighborhood. I understand that this bylaw change gives a lot more control to the landowner, but I feel the owners have the best interest of the environment, municipality, and the residents in mind. The current owners have completely laid out their plan and intention for the land. It is very easily looked up online. There is no evil intentions for the land or the community. I also feel the reason we are at this point since changing the land use bylaw back in June is because no permits have been approved or denied, leaving the property owners at a standstill. And this direct control bylaw change is a way to finalize this development and move it forward and get it going. I believe the rumor that this development will ruin Draper is fear-mongering, in my opinion. This is all my opinion, and it needs to stop. So I support this bylaw.
Thanks, Amanda. Do we have any questions for presenter? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, ma'am. Do you live in the area down there?
No, I currently live in Timberlea. I used to live in Abasand.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
A bunch of lights went on, went off. That must have been everybody's question. Do we have any other questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Amanda. Steve Audie. And Steve, just for, let's say your name for the record, you have 5 minutes to present and remain on topic, and remain seated after questions, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. For the record, my name is Steve Audie, and I have a script here, but I'm going to go off really quickly to something. I looked up the area structure plan today, and that area structure plan from 1999, which perhaps Keith was involved with, but the council at the time had taken a really close look at it, and it was a really good one. I'll just briefly say something here. The Clearwater River Valley was enjoyed by so many. For the scenery, the recreational activities include boating, canoeing, kayaking, cross-country skiing, snowmobiling, and other pursuits. Public lands within the Draper Area Structure Plan area lie within the provincial recreation and tourism area to provide diverse outdoor recreation opportunities and contribute to a healthy lifestyle. And it ends with, the community has expressed the desire to have a multi-use community area in Draper with access to the river. Now, the area structure plan in 1999 was presented and was inputted by many people. And then I look at page 10 of the what we saw today, and the area structure plan in Draper they're trying to put through here is based on engagement with Draper residents. There's 72,000 people in Fort McMurray that should be able to be involved in the area structure plan and enjoy Fort McMurray. So now I'll get back on script here real quick, hopefully. Okay, so I believe this bylaw is crucial as it could facilitate the development of the River's Edge project. The recent changes in the small holding zoning under the new land use bylaw no longer permit such developments, making this amendment necessary. So your support for this bylaw will help ensure successful implementation of the project, which promises to bring significant benefits to the community. Thank you for considering my perspective. How am I doing for time? 3 minutes. Okay. All right. Alberta is booming. And I'm the president of Buildwood Buffalo, Home Builders and Land Developers in Fort McMurray, and I have been for about 5 years, and I'm a volunteer. I'm also a director on the board of Build Alberta for the whole province. I've been involved in numerous meetings on how to build more housing. I'm also the EA for the Canadian Home Builders Association. Last year, Alberta saw approximately 47,900 new housing starts, while Fort McMurray had essentially none. This lack of development is due to a decline in our population, with oil sands workers choosing to live in camps instead of our community. 40 years ago, I camped on the shore of the Clearwater River in Draper. It's a beautiful treasure that everyone should experience, and I hope that many of our 72,000 residents get that chance someday. Administration's presentation tonight suggests that this zoning might not fit the municipal development plan and the area structure plan. Let me share a quick story. In 1981, I built a house on Thickway Boulevard across from the Beaver Dam. It was a wonderful place where we saw beavers, wolves, moose. Schools often had field trips there to experience it. Then in 1996, a developer applied to build a commercial development on Rail Martin Drive backing onto the Beaver Dam. We argued that it did not fit the municipal development plan or the area structure plan, and we protested. We had a petition that was signed by 1,000 names in opposition. Today I looked up the population of Draper, and it's like 132 people. That was in 2001 before the buyout, with 57 houses. Kids attended council meetings, and at first it was not passed. Then after multiple attempts in 2001, it was passed, and the developer built the mall. The beavers moved. But it was the right thing for council to do. The mall is busy, it creates income for businesses, tax revenue for the RMWB, and convenience for local residents. My experience has taught me that this bylaw change is needed to allow this project to move ahead. Most importantly, it will help create special memories that build roots for people to decide to stay in this community. My theme is fun memories, build roots, and build community. I've been involved for years on recruitment and retention conversations in our community regarding housing and fly in, fly out, which we now term localization. We need to move people here. We need more people here to stay. And I believe we need more places like River's Edge in our community, I really believe, to create fun memories for our residents, especially our youth, to build roots here, which will help our kids and grandkids decide to stay for generations. They will, if they build memories, if they have good memories, they'll build roots, and then they'll choose to stay. So this vision aligns with the RMWB Council's strategic plan of communities connected to the environment, the future, and each other to create enduring prosperity. I urge Council to approve this motion, change this zoning, move forward with this vision that serves the best interests of all Fort McMurray residents, and has always been, or Fort McMurray has always been about resilience and growth, so let's continue building a stronger, more inclusive future for generations to come. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Steve. And questions? Councilor McGrath, question?
The question is, Steve, your unwavering support of the community. I know it's appreciated by a lot of people, and I get fascinated every time. You're exactly right. You've been a fabric, and you volunteer, and when you look at this place, it was bad, but the beaver went away that night. Somebody took the cat.
There's more beavers.
There was more beavers.
There's more around. We can find them.
I'm glad there's a guy level-headed that can talk slow, because that's what needed to happen in Wood Buffalo. And it turned the town upside down. And after that, it was the VLTs. But guess what? We stayed. Victor stayed. Mike stayed. Shane stayed. Weathered the storm. And this is why you stayed, because you believed. And what I see, I got to ask you, is council making its own work? And what I say is a fair question, because we get this plane off the ground, headed to the right direction, and then we land it again, because we need to have the courage to go forward and think region, because when these things come to council, I don't want to be in a chair that divides people. I'd rather be in a chair that puts people together. So the question would be, what can council do better so that we don't have these he said, she said? Because when I get challenged in public and saying that people don't, these people here do a good job, can you enforce more? Sure. But what can we do better as a council or the next council? Because I'll be down in the chair like with this guy over here that I met on Facebook and in the chair. But what can we do better, Steve? And
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, that transparency is important. Conversation's important. I think you guys are doing a good job. The process is good now with council meetings being available and then the recordings being available. I think that really helps. It goes a long way.
And there's some order back in the house, no doubt. I don't think we'll ever move forward if more people like yourself, we could use a hand. So thank you very much. And I've often said that if there was ever a statesman for Fort McMurray for business development and stuff like that, you're a good fabric in the community, and I appreciate what you do, because you do stuff by yourself, late, early in the mornings, and big community supporter. And what you said tonight means a lot. I remember those days. I think Sandy would too. The beaver. I think Van had him in the restaurant someplace. Beaver got away. It was a good memory.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Thanks. Councilor Dogar, question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Otti, for coming over and your personality and community events for the last 15 years, which I see everywhere and every good thing selflessly. It's really inspiring for me. Thank you very much. Keep it up.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councilor Banjoko, question?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Steve, for coming and for everything you do daily. I know your focus is more on building, and I always say you're a community builder. So in what way do you think rezoning this would be aligning to build Wood Buffalo or to your vision as a builder? I've heard you say many times that most places are building in Canada except Fort McMurray. So you think this would change that?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, thank you for the question. Yes. This would, the council could make a decision on this and make it work. And for me, like I said, my theme is building memories that build roots, that create roots. And I've seen people that come to town. I started at Syncrude in 1977, worked there for 39 years, and been on Wood Buffalo Housing, a whole bunch of different organizations. We brought in people, senior people, but they had roots somewhere else and they leave. Our kids here need to build memories here. So my lesson for me personally, as an old person, is that kids need to have fun. We need to make this community fun. And that will then allow them to choose to stay. So what's happening is the fly in, fly out is being, people are choosing to fly in, fly out, so we're not building. We're ready. We got capacity for 23,000 people in Parsons, 21,000 in Saline Creek. We got a wonderful golf course at Rotary Links ready to go and no customers. We're not building any houses. We need people to move here, choose to move here, and people to stay once they're here. And this is just one piece that will build memories to create roots, to have people stay for generations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Councilor Banjoko. I don't see any other questions, Steve, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Merrill Bruce online.
Hi there.
Hi, Merrill. Just if you want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Just remain on topic and remain online for questions after, please.
For sure. My name is Marilla Bruce, for the record. I was born and raised here in Fort McMurray, and I've lived here in the region for over 32 years. I felt compelled to speak in support of this bylaw, as its approval would have an immediate and very real positive impact on the lives of not only my family, but also of multiple young families that I've discussed this with and who live and have made Fort McMurray their home. After learning of the potential for River's Edge, I felt a sense of hope that maybe a space like this could potentially be available for my family and I. For example, we are both shift workers, which is not uncommon in Wood Buffalo, but that also means we may only have 2 days off together at a time. The development of this property would support us being able to visit our camp for a few days together as a family, while still being close enough to return home to work. This would eliminate our current need for travel time, while simultaneously also supporting and placing the money back within our community. I have always wanted to have a place in my own city that I could proudly welcome friends and family to stay while visiting, and I honestly feel that this would provide just that. Fort McMurray has always had an abundance of untapped potential, specifically to experience nature and all that it has to offer. And in my opinion, I think that this would open up a door for it to be utilized respectfully. In closing, thank you for your time, and I hope that you will consider approving this bylaw.
Thank you. Thank you, Merrill. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, through the chair to the presenter. Just curious, do you live in the Draper area?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Do you have any questions from council? Not seeing it, so thank you, Merrill. Renee Wells? And Renee, just a reminder to say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present.
Yeah, good evening. Renee Wells, Timberley is where I live.
I want to begin my remarks by saying I'm not opposed to the concept of a campground or an event center being built in our region. I have great respect for the entrepreneurs among us who risk their capital in a free market, an open market balanced by a regulatory approach to ensure a sense of fair play for everyone. This must include those living in the vicinity of any proposed development. Direct control does not achieve that. It is an extraordinary measure, a rarity, one that comes with a cost to others. Imposing it strips away the right of appeal from neighboring property owners. Rather than extinguish their rights, your emphasis as our elected representatives must be one of restraint. Direct control can address extenuating circumstances and regulate exceptional aspects to ensure responsible development. Setbacks and heights for buildings, parking, or where distinct architectural controls are required. Examples include heritage streetscapes to maintain the integrity of historical sites, unique projects, zoos, sawmills, shooting ranges, where detailed regulations are needed. Another priority, as we've heard before, is preserving and enhancing developments to address environmental concerns and protecting the ecosystem. Direct control would be appropriate for existing properties along White Avenue or extending the character of Manchester Square to adjacent streets in Edmonton, but it's unnecessary in Draper. The Planning Directors Council report highlighted the municipal development plan you approved and the extensive work that went into our land use bylaw. They reflect this region's commitment to support the interests of all residents, businesses, and industry. One is a visionary blueprint. The other ensures fairness through due process. The latter provides balance to anyone seeking to develop their properties while allowing the concerns of others to be heard and to address them when necessary. We must trust in those processes, not set them aside. If the applicants are issued permits, the owners of adjacent properties should have the same right of appeal as the applicants would have if they were denied those permits before an independent body, the SDAB, its members appointed by you, council. I served 7 years in that forum and found that it objectively heard many appeals, issuing impartial decisions that in the end were fair and balanced. And I can tell you, in that time, not one ruling was overturned on appeal by the courts. I believe that still applies and is a good indicator of the health and strength of our system and the policies of our region. Simply put, applying direct control over these subject properties is overreach. There is no need to potentially politicize the existing process by imposing direct control. You must preserve the robust practices that allow anyone, a developer or a neighbor, to file an appeal about a decision by the development authority. It falls to you as lawmakers to ensure those rights are evenly applied to everyone, including the residents of Draper, not bypassing or extinguishing them. You must signal your trust in our system and assure all constituents that their rights will be upheld and maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Do we have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Renee. You've served on many different things, so I appreciate it. You talked about the SAB board and no overturns by the courts ever. How many did you guys have any files that actually went to the Queen's Court bench to try to be overturned?
Through the chair, I believe there may have been one that went there, but it didn't go very far.
Okay. But there wasn't many that made it past the SAB board.
No, and the other thing that I point out about the SDAB, we get great support. I'm no longer a member of it. I timed out. I had my terms, and I needed to step away from that. And I volunteer in other things. I'm on the Development Advisory Committee. I'm on the Waterfront Advisory Committee. I'm also on the Vehicle for Hire Committee. So I believe in public service. I believe in a sense of volunteering for the betterment of our community, as I'm sure I'm hearing from other people that they're doing as well. But we get great support from legislative services. Some of the people are are in this room tonight. I have the utmost of respect for them. I've also heard from planning and development on many occasions when we held these hearings. They're in this room tonight as well. And I have to tell you, they're professional in their approach. I've heard that some people are musing that, my God, there's a lot of red tape that's been attached to this particular development. And I would remind everybody tonight that this is not about whether or not we need a campground or an event center. This is about whether or not we're going to go by way of direct control or we're going to allow our processes to work. And from my 7 years, on the SDAB, what I did notice was that planning and development was always professional, and certainly trying to make things work for people. I believe we need to allow them to do their jobs and allow the system to work. And if it goes to an appeal, have faith in the system.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Yeah, I'm going to cheat on you, Sandy. I don't actually have a question, but I need to say something. I completely agree with you. Thank you.
With me, thanks.
Through the chair, well, thank you for that,
Yeah.
Councillor Ball.
Thanks, Renee. Appreciate everything you do.
All right.
Paulina Clydesdale. I think it's Paulina online. Paulina? There you are. Hi, Paulina, if you just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Oh, I think you're on mute, Paulina.
Hello.
There you go. We got you.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and Council. I was also in the front row, but I had to go home because it was my daughter's bedtime. My name is Paulina Clydesdale, and I have lived in Fort McMurray for just over 12 years now. I am an electrician by trade and currently on maternity leave. I went to high school here, made long-lasting friendships, started a family, and watched Fort McMurray face numerous hardships. I support bylaw 25/012 to rezone this property from small holdings to direct control in the interest of property rights, and simply due to the fact that I believe in the potential and strongly believe that the vision for this property is one of integrity and positivity for our community. I think someone's microphone's on. I believe projects like this are just what we need in our community. I would also like to add that as a new mom, living in such an isolated city, I would really like to see somewhere where my kids, my nieces and nephews, my friends, and myself can create wonderful memories outside in this town. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Paulina. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Cardinal?
Do you think there's anything that's stopping that right now as it sits?
Sorry, can you repeat yourself?
Like, what's stopping that growth happening as it sits right now?
What growth?
The facility going ahead?
I believe it is up to the council. You.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's, maybe I'll just, what I'm trying to get at is there's nothing stopping the process as it sits right now. That's what I'm saying, right?
From my understanding, I don't believe that is the circumstance.
I got no more further questions, man.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Do we have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing it, but thanks for coming in tonight, Pauline. Nice to see you with little girl. And it's nice to see you guys staying in town and making your families here, because I know on your graduation night you were, I don't know if you're planning, what you're planning on doing, but I know you and Taylor have done pretty well over the years, so good job. Proud of you. Thanks,
Thank
Paulina.
you. Have a good night.
You too. Norm Henning?
Norm just sent me a text. He had to leave on a family emergency and has requested if I am able to relay his
message?
His message.
I think you read his message, so just won't be able to answer any questions.
I'm fair with that.
Okay. And so if you just want to introduce yourself as behalf of Norm then maybe?
Sure. My name
Thanks,
is Michelle Hondel. Again, I'm here on behalf of Norm Hennings. He just sent me a quick text. He had to leave with a family emergency. His words, I oppose this direct control and the land use bylaw in its current state should not be messed with. And that is all.
Perfect. Thank you, Michelle. Sorry, Councillor Dogar.
We allow a question?
Thank you very much, madam.
Yeah, we
coming
just,
over
Councillor
and-
Dogar, as I just said, she was
No,
relaying
I
a
have to
message.
ask question.
No, I just said that she's relaying a message from someone else, so she didn't have anything to present, so she can't
Okay,
answer someone
fine,
else's
fine,
questions. Thanks, Michelle. James Hiltz, or sorry, Hiltz. And James, just for your name for the record, and just 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please.
There we go, James Hiltz. There we go. Hear me now? Good. All right, James Hiltz. I think this current system of having going to the direct control, I think is I'm against it. Having the people for and against is a beautiful thing. Removing that part of democracy to have their voices heard is something I fought for and I don't want to see go away. I was told that the road is fit for traffic. I don't believe it is. My wife and I walk the road every day as much as we can with our dog, and we've been almost run over many a time. The bridge is too narrow. There's only 2 lanes. There's no sidewalks. The white line is painted literally on the edge of the road. It's not safe to put all this additional traffic on that road that these people are hoping to get is not safe. My wife walks with a cane now due to an accident. She can't dodge traffic. People have literally swerved for us on that road. Today, there was a motorcycle on that road. Had to be going 3 times the speed limit. By the time you call bylaw or the RCMP, they don't get out there in time. We have a lot of ATVs using the road. It's an unsafe situation. And as for those reasons, I oppose.
Thank you, James. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Jordan Sullivan. Shailene Wilk. Barb and Mike Nilsick online, possibly. Oh, there's a Barb there. I think you're on mute, Barb. Hi, Barb, if you could just say your name for the record and you have 5 minutes to present.
Granddaughter can help.
Connected now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect.
My name is Barb Nixick. I live on Draper Road. There's feedback, and I'm speaking in support of the land use bylaw amendment. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of River's Edge. I see this resort as a facility to support local businesses in Fort McMurray. Every event held in our city provides spin-offs for local businesses, such as catering companies, floral suppliers, and event planners. Revenues increase and employments will increase. Outdoor weddings and parties aren't cheap. Let's keep the dollars in our city. Most importantly, this resort will provide opportunities for children to attend summer camps while remaining near their homes. While Fort Mac already offers summer camps, such as those provided by Boys and Girls Club, Oil Sands Discovery Center, and the Heritage Society, these are day camps and don't provide children with an away from home experience. Attending overnight camps builds social skills, independence, and self-esteem. However, for some neurodiverse children, even the day camps are not appropriate. The environment has to be adapted and should not include too much sensory input, such as loud noises and bright lights. Staff must be specifically trained and activities appropriate for these kids. Fort McMurray already has trained staff that work for the school division as educational assistants throughout the school year. Summer camps for the disabled are limited in Alberta. I know Edmonton has several agencies that offer summer camps for neurodiverse children, including autistic children, but this involves a 4 or 5 hour drive for the parents and means that should an emergency occur, the parents are far away from their children. Having worked for the public school division, I know that Fort McMurray has a sizable population of such children. Let's support these families in these challenges. Building social skills is an important part of caring for autistic children. By allowing the resort to proceed, Council is afforded an opportunity to enhance services for such families at no cost to the taxpayer. Council should be doing everything in their power to entice families to remain in Fort McMurray at this time of population decrease. I know from personal experience that families will choose their hometown, at least in part, according to services that are provided for family members. Also, many kids in Fort McMurray live in apartment blocks. Aside from summer camps, outdoor birthday parties for apartment dwelling kids would be a welcome change. Kids are indoors for 10 months of the year. Get those without backyards outside to celebrate their big day. This would be a welcome change for the usual bowling, McDonald's parties. Homeschooling groups would be able to host field trips, teach kids about their town. Fort McMurray has a large immigrant population. Teach them the history of this area. What is the name of that river? Historically, what were the rivers used for? What does the expression from steel to keel mean? Here's an opportunity for hands-on learning. Is the river shallow or deep? Can we use propeller boats or jet boats? Why? Pique children's interest in the outdoors at an early age. This facility costs the taxpayers nothing, but it's an enhancement to our city. Encourage, do not discourage development. The positive aspects are obvious for an isolated community with a large population of children. Let's see if council can work through the technicalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Barb. Next up, we have Dylan Kakekoschuk. Did I almost get it, Dylan, this time? And Dylan, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Hi, I'm Dylan Kakoschki. I'm a resident of Draper Road. Thank you, Mayor Bowman and Council, for this meeting tonight. I want to start off by saying I get and completely agree with the vision and what River's Edge can bring to the community, but Draper is not the place for it, I believe. So I am opposed for the bylaw change. I moved down to Draper 6 years ago, looking for solitude and quiet and that rural lifestyle. As it stands right now, it's been mentioned before, with the road the way it is, you know, you can't walk your dog down the road. It's so narrow that you can't even get your garbage can on the road without it falling off the edge. So, you know, you can't walk yourself and a dog safely. Kids riding their bikes, stuff like that. I believe that with if this bylaw goes through and this project proceeds, the amount of traffic that we're going to get down that road is going to be immense. I don't know how many campsites are proposed, but you know, you get a couple hundred vehicles and their trailers and everybody else coming down that road. I live right on the road, and for me, having a couple hundred vehicles a day go by me at 60, 70 kilometers an hour, you know, that's not what I moved down to Draper for. I don't know if anybody here lives on a cul-de-sac, but I know if I lived in a cul-de-sac in Timberley and I had 400 or 500 vehicles coming in and turning around and driving by my house every day, I probably wouldn't be very happy with it. You know, that's just not what I moved down to Draper for, and that's not the lifestyle that I wanted to have. So for that, I oppose the bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan. Do we have any questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you.
Ahmed. And Ahmed, just say your name for the record and just 5 minutes to present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ahmed, and I have been a resident of Fort McMurray for 27 years and a Draper resident for 6 years. I live at 7613 Draper Road, and I'm a direct neighbor to the River Edge site. I'm in opposition to bylaw 25-012. My concerns with the bylaw are as follows. Like many of the residents of Draper, I live in Draper for the quiet residential living. If approved, this development would significantly alter and destroy the current established nature of Draper and introduces significant levels of noise and is not in alignment with the MDB, LUB, or area structure plan. One of the comments I heard was that the noise was going to be mitigated by planting trees, and from where I am at my house, I can't see those trees. I'd imagine if they are planted, they're saplings, and that are going to take many, many years to grow to a level where they would actually do anything to mitigate the levels of noise, if effective at all. Another concern that a lot of the other residents talked about is road safety, so I won't touch on that one. I also think this type of development would increase the safety risk to the residents of Draper and anyone using the facility. During an emergency evacuation scenario, it would create a substantial level of congestion potentially on the road. And one of the things that was talked about earlier was that you can see a flood coming. I was in Draper during the flood that occurred in 2020, and we did not have time to evacuate, and we're actually stranded in Draper for the duration of the flood. Another concern is the lack of infrastructure in Draper. So currently, as you all know, water, sewage, propane, and all of those utilities are being trucked into the community. So if we're looking at a development that's going to potentially double the occupancy in Draper, it will lead to increased costs for that infrastructure and could potentially lead to delays of getting those type of services to the residents of Draper. This development violates the mandate for responsible development. Again, as council here has spent a lot of substantial taxpayer dollars to mitigate the flood, this would allow for a development to happen within a flood zone. Another thing that was touched on was around some of the infractions that were happened that are currently even occurring on the property. As a direct neighbor, and I think Councillor McCarth has asked a question, hill stability, and was talking about some of those issues. As someone who is on the hillside right beside this property, the hill beside me that's owned by the River Edge owners was clear cut. Nothing was planted on it. I had contacted the municipal planning department asking for a geotechnical study, and it sounds like there's actually not a permit for any of that clearing that had happened, and a geotechnical study may or may not have happened. But one thing is clear is that there isn't a permit for the road that's in place or the clear cutting and the digging up of material from the hillside to build the road up so that they can access the property. And then lastly, this bylaw would eliminate my right as a resident and a neighbor to appeal any development on the lot. My ask from council today is to reject this bylaw and not approve it as it stands.
Thanks, Ahmed. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Tim Byron. And Tim, if you say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Get the mic there. There you go,
Thank you very much, Tim Byron. And I just wanted to highlight, firstly, about direct control. It seems to afford council a very inclusive process because it includes citizen input and it includes planning input. And it's a unique process in that it has its own efficiencies. Council, as we've heard, has the ability to directly contribute in terms of setting conditions. And this is all about balancing interests. We've got various interests to balance here, no doubt. This particular process that's afforded by direct control does that. In addition, what I've been hearing this evening is a lot about how the proposed amendment is a means to an end. The end being, of course, this proposed development. The proposed development has been presented in various ways, but what I'm hearing more than anything, and I think council would agree, is that it's going to contribute and benefit the community. Now, why that's important for council's consideration is because, as this council well knows, Section 153 of the Municipal Government Act sets out the duties of councillors, and the very first duty of a councillor in Section 153 sub A, above all else, is to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole. As a whole. So I just wanted to emphasize and impress upon council those two observations for your consideration.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have any questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, sir. Oprah Workema. And Opal, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
My name is Opal Workema, and as well as Ahmed, I'm also an adjacent property owner. All these people who are speaking about the benefits of having a campground in Fort McMurray. I totally agree with that, but I absolutely do not agree with having it on Draper. There's much better places for it that are not embedded within a subdivision. That would be like putting a work camp that is twice the size of Fort McMurray or more in the middle of Fort McMurray, and all the voices and opinions of the work camp drowning out everybody else. That's what's going to happen if you allow a campground out there, and direct control only speeds that process. I might be okay with a small campground, but that's not what is proposed. They want it to basically take over the area. And when I moved to Draper, I did it because I love the countryside, and I bought the property adjacent because I want to farm. I see many liabilities happening if all those people are so close, and especially since my access road is their primary access. I'm super happy they built their own road. I don't care if it was on a permit, although I get harassed constantly with everything I do, even if I clear 100 square meters, but they're apparently allowed to clear cut their entire property with no issue whatsoever. And I believe in live and let live, be a good neighbor, help people around you, and work together. And I don't believe that they're on the same page as that. In my opinion, a campground would be best on Tower Road. They are expanding that road to Grand Prairie, and it is a place where it would bother nobody. It has infrastructure similar to Draper. It's got the power. It's water trucks from the city can go out there. Sewer trucks can go out there. It'd be no issue. The epicenter of all the people who live in Fort McMurray is mostly that area anyways. It's closer to them. And it would be no conflict with anyone's interest. I believe having it on Draper is more about profiteering than the benefit and the good of all. I believe that as a small community, we should grow steadily as the nature of Draper already is, not to have the voices of people who come into camp, possibly permanently, overtaking the voices of people who've lived there for 20 years or 10 years or whatever it is. I think people are sort of losing the focus on the good of the community is not best served in Draper. Anyways, I'm not super prepared for this. I believe that it would be really beneficial if it was appointed a community group to oversee what's happening out there for input on what we'd like to see, not just council, but at the minimum, council should oversee every step of the process, not direct control. I believe that that would be like a wildfire, and it would be really hard to rein that in. They're already doing whatever they want. So when you guys brought in the backyard chicken bylaw, you did a pilot project and you allowed a certain amount of people to have backyard chickens, and then you opened up to the public and there was permits for that. Why is this going straight like from 0 to 100 without a pilot or without something smaller? I don't think that that's in the best interest of anybody. Another thing I was wondering about, Sherry in the beginning when she presented was talking about her tax money going to Draper, and now it's time for payback, kind of. Well, what about the taxes for this property? Does it increase? Are they going to be contributing more? Because they're obviously going to be making huge amounts of money. And do their taxes increase, or how does that benefit us? And also, when somebody subdivides and puts a house on,
30 seconds left there, Opal.
Okay, they have to pay $10,000 of developer fees. But with camping stalls, I don't think that exists. So, and then they're utilizing all the infrastructure, the water trucks, the sewer trucks, and the firefighting, all those things. But they're not putting money back for those things. The the last thing I wanted to speak on was access across my property. So the new road they built, I'm hoping becomes the primary, because I don't want 5,000 people a day crossing, making dust, running over my chickens or my goats or whatever, stealing things and causing grief, like issues with security, issues with just enjoyment and peace. Everyone should have peace and enjoyment of their property. I don't have that because of this. This is a huge problem for me. So I need the access road terminated to this property across my property. If they want to have it from the end, that's where it should be. And if they want a secondary road, there's a provincial right-of-way that goes between the properties. So I feel like this should not be an issue going on. I think I'm probably out of time, but...
Yeah.
And I think that was everything I wanted to say anyway.
So thank you, Opal. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks so much, Opal.
Yeah.
Rav Karat Singh. And if you could just say your name for the record and just 5 minutes to present.
I would really appreciate thank you for the opportunity to speak. As someone from, my name is Rav Karat Singh, by the way. Coming from a foreign land, maybe I'm pretty overwhelmed sitting here. So I moved to Fort Mac 2 weeks ago. Yeah, pretty much. So I might not be the best person to speak about the topic, but as much as I wanna convey this message, but it's sad. I'm kind of sad to say this, but being here for 2 weeks, I kind of was pretty depressed and bored out of like the things that isn't really available to most of the people, despite being so many work opportunities. Oil sands, people make great money, yeah, for sure. What about the work-life balance? Like, what about all that stuff that gets the people closer? I feel like this would be a great opportunity for someone who chose Fort Mac as their new home to settle down as like the river edge estate. Would be a great opportunity for people to bond in, settle in together, and bring funds to the regional Wood Buffalo community. And so I would like to say yes, I'm in full support of the bylaw 25/012. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome, Fort McMurray. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Janelle? She gone? She's online? Are you with us online there, Janelle? Are you with us there, Janelle? I'll go on to the next person and come back to her when she comes out. Mike DeRoche? Just want to say your name for the record, Mike, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Michael DeRocher. I'm here to speak on this topic, and it's sort of a double-edged sword. As you've heard over several times, the mandate for you is to do the best we can for the community as a whole. When my wife and I first came to this municipality 28 years ago, we jostled with the idea of coming here not knowing, listening to the reputation of this city not having amenities for young families. I believe that this is needed in one of the worst ways. We don't have this attraction. We don't have the ability to have people from out of town come and visit us and camp like other areas do. So you've heard it over and over again how the majority of people are for this. There are some opposed. The challenge you have is trying to mitigate a growing city and a developing city or municipality that is going to affect some of the outlying areas. This is one of those cases. While I am for this development in every way, regarding the direct control, I have an issue with it. I believe in policy, I believe in process, but we have a problem. Back when we had the fire and that, one of the biggest mandates council did is they made sure that the process was streamlined, that we could actually get things done in a relatively quick manner. From my understanding that this process has been going on for over 5 years. So I can see why direct control has been brought forward, because it is a means to an end. Is it the right one? I don't know. That's for you guys to decide. However, whatever you do decide, if you keep it with SH, you need to get the process done and completed. That is the gist of this problem that we're having right now, is that it's taking too long for development that for the majority is well received and wanted, but following the processes that have been put in place, the proverbial red tape, as we call it, is getting in its way, and it's become a very ugly piece of this puzzle. So whatever you decide, whether it's direct control or staying the course, council somehow needs to find a way to work with development and the developer to get this thing settled and done with. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so just to be clear, you're in support of the motion to amend the bylaw, or you're not in support? You're in support of the development, but not in?
I'm in support of the development. I am not necessarily in support of the
what's brought forward?
The bylaw as presented. But if we cannot facilitate getting this done in a timely manner, then I would be for it. So it's a very difficult question to answer because it's not straightforward.
Okay, we have a council question for you now that I started talking. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What tape? What red tape were you really referring to?
To the chair, to Councilor Weigel. So when a development of this magnitude that benefits the entire community takes 5 years and is still in a limbo state, that's the red tape. Whatever that happens to be, whatever it is in policies, I mean, if we put every bill through it, and I'm totally for the process. I believe that without it, we have huge issues. You guys mentioned the right of appeal, and people to have that say is lost. So let's do the process. Let's get it completed and give them an answer, yes or no, and cut that red tape out. Like, there's got to be an answer for almost every development we do in this city. We normally timely get an answer back of how this is going to go. It's either going to be a yes or a no. Then at least I have an appeal that I can deal with. But with it not going anywhere, or there's missing pieces that's not being clearly communicated, once again, you call it red tape, call it whatever you want to call it, but the job isn't getting done, whether it's by them, by the municipality, by planning, wherever it is, there's a problem. And we need to solve that.
You've put the red tape, when saying red tape, it's administrative. And so, are you aware of the process that's been going on and know of red tape that has been causing the problem?
I don't know directly. You know, I leave that for lawyers and stuff like that. As a business person like yourself, you probably have lawyers to deal with things that complicated to make sure it's dealt with. You and I are probably very familiar with the things that are close to us that we deal with, and that this is a much bigger scope. Like I say, I am not a resident of Draper, but I've been in this town since there was 33,000 people. I've seen it grow to over 120,000 people, and now we're still at around 70,000 people. So I've seen significant changes in here, and I've seen this argument played over and over and over again. And whether it's on development or whether it's on, well, you know, we want to keep it the way it was. Cities grow, they change. What was is no longer in almost any major city that's developed. So do you want to be stagnant, or do you want to have some sort of progression and growth?
So is this argument is this your presentation, does this have to do with this development?
Well, I'm speaking on this development, and that's why I can't give you a hard answer, yes or no, because realistically, we're not at that stage where we can say yes or no. Because if the process was being followed and didn't have the complications that it seems to be having, then an answer should have been forthcoming, and either a yes or a no, or you need to follow, you need this, this, and this. And then so you can plan to move forward. Without that, this whole thing about direct control is to say, okay, we wash our hands, you do it, and you have to control. As council,
so
we're just basically going to say yes.
Okay, so you're just frustrated that we got to the point of direct control?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, I really don't want to see direct control. However, I do want to see this project go forward. I think we need it. The community needs it.
And that's fair. You were talking about red tape, and I was just trying to get an idea of what red tape caused the delay that you were talking about.
Well, I mean, that's for the developer and the project.
So you don't know?
Not hand, okay. No.
No other questions.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Councilor McGrath?
Well, I got to tell you, I'm so glad I'm not the guy arguing with Mike, because I always like the Earl's Bigger Burger. I mean, you're both restaurateurs. So my question to you, Mike, is this. I've heard it all here tonight. I hear people, they forget to say that they dump loads of dirt in the way so they can't get through the property. Where, do you have something for us? You've been here with a Keanu. You've seen a program that was the best in the province. We had the best of everything. And slowly the limbs are coming off that tree because we build Bethlehem everywhere. Nobody wins. What do you see at the end of the day? We'll spend 60, 70 hours probably debating something that, because Mary don't like the traffic? We're talking about something that's probably 5 years down the road. What do we do as a council to kind of make it so that we don't make this place a her said, he said? Because what gets lost on everybody here, there's people that haven't got a clue where the property is. And all I heard tonight was a family that don't listen to anything. But I never heard administration yet. But I can guarantee you, these people here, red tape. I built a community with this guy and this ladies. Slave Lake, High Valley, they're still rebuilding. We have capacity if you go out to the community and get the leaders. And if it's okay for people to come up and smash a family or anybody in the community and say that they're building roads when they're not.
Direct a question, Councilor McGrath.
The question is, where do you draw the line as a city councillor and say to yourself, you always ranting, but when do you say as a city councillor that I don't favor Brian Jean? I argued more with Brian Jean than anybody in the community. But that don't give me a right to stand in public and bash a family because these guys here do their job. Ask that guy there that I work for. He's cat hasn't moved. And as far as clear cutting, I could go to my backyard. I can trim up my backyard. The question is.
Presenter?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor McGrath, ask the question.
Mayor Bowman, thank you so much. Councilor McGrath is, can we?
I get into my question.
I hope so.
Yeah. No problem.
Please, can we ask direct questions so that we at least
This is why, as a councilor, I've always said.
Councilor McGrath, I have the floor. I have the floor.
Sure.
Thank you. We need to respect all the residents that are here at 10 p.m. So, and I know Mayor Bowman said that before in the lunchroom. So I would like to beg Councilor McGrath to help us finish this tonight. Thank you, Senior Councilor.
I've been at this since
Go ahead, Councilor
2000.
McGrath, your question.
If you give me a chance, I'll ask the question. What's the point of order? What's the point of order? You guys tell me what the point of order is right now.
You didn't ask questions.
He's going to ask a question right now.
To the question.
Go ahead, Councilor McGrath.
So the question is this. This is a public chamber. It's a small community. And I think that everybody has a right at the end of the day to, first of all, notify that our staff are doing their job. So what do we do better as council to make sure that we don't divide our community, that we put our synergies into one pipe, and to make McMurray mighty again?
So through the chair, through Council McGrath, let me answer this. Your job is to listen to us, listen to your conscience. At no point in time did we say administration is not doing their job. Their job is red tape. That's what it is. They're there to guide and understand all the rules and to follow them and to have those details. What your job is as a council member, and I'm speaking to all of you at this point in time, is to listen. So you've heard some issues regarding development. You've heard issues with the roadway. So note that and then instruct your administration to deal with widening the road. Find some solutions that deal with those issues.
Telling us don't be ridiculing us in front of us here.
Sorry, Kendrick?
I'm sorry, was there a point of order?
Don't need to be ridiculing council and telling us what to do, please.
I don't think he's ridiculing anybody.
No, there is
He's responding
no
to a question from
disrespect
Councilor
intended.
McGrath.
And I'm sorry if you took it that way. But that's answering Councilor McGrath's question is, like, how do we deal with it? Well, we take notes, we deal with it, and when we have those issues, we try to resolve those. We don't push it aside by creating a solution that kind of wipes it out of the way. And unfortunately, that's how I feel that direct control is. However, as I said it earlier, we need to get this thing happening because this is something for the entire community as a whole that we need, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Roche.
My question would be, if DC1 had to be on Fitzgerald, if it had to be on back of this building, we would have saved about 50 million. So I think direct control is not a bad thing. I think what's a bad thing is when people take it, I just want to know what's present and what's real. And would you feel if council meetings started at 12 o'clock in the day when we knew we had a big agenda, we could shift it? Would that work better? Because at 12 o'clock at night, we're not functioning that well. And I ask questions. I don't know how to ask them, but I can guarantee you one thing. I would rather be home and see my Oilers win tonight, but I believe that there's good working people here, Albertans. And the question is, these topics when they come up, I'm glad a few people show up, But with these big burning issues, would we really not better start those at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath.
I think we're getting
short
off the
answer to
topic
that,
of-
and I'll wrap this up very quickly.
Please, because I think we're
Mayor.
getting off the topic of
No,
your
I'm simply
presentation.
going to state this. You're 100% right that
Sorry,
that
Councillor
council would be
Cardinal's
better
not
off if it was
upheld.
done in the day. In most places where there's full-time council, council does happen during the day. Business people take time away from their day to present at these things. So it needs to be efficient, and the conversations need to be to the point.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Roche, and I always appreciated what you done for the kids at Keano College, but I didn't like the big loud golf cart. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGrath. Thanks, Mike. Janelle, are you with us? There you are. Just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, please.
Thank you, and again, my apologies for earlier. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For those who don't know, I was born and raised in Calgary, but for the past 6 to 7 years, I've proudly called Fort McMurray my home. I've also spent a great deal of time in Draper, and I can honestly say there's nowhere else in Alberta quite like it. Having lived and worked across the province, as some of you guys are aware, Calgary, Edmonton, I see the unique character and untapped potential this area holds. That's why it's disappointing to see Fort McMurray not reaching its full potential, too often limited to unnecessary barriers and missed opportunities for growth. As a former event planner in Calgary and now a small business owner here in Fort McMurray, I want to express my strong support for bylaw number 25-012. This amendment would enable community-driven project that strengthens local businesses, improve quality of life, and support the growth of a much-needed tourism sector in our region. Since relocating to Fort McMurray, I've seen firsthand the lack of beautiful, versatile spaces for hosting events, weddings, retreats, and cultural gatherings. And it's unfortunate and very uncomparable to Calgary, even Okotoks, which is very sad. With Heritage Village closed and very few accessible venues options available, many residents are forced to take their celebrations and their spendings elsewhere. This is a loss for us. This results in loss in economic opportunities for local businesses and fewer reasons for families to stay, build, and celebrate life here. This development is unlike anything currently in our community, and it brings together the natural beauty of our region, thoughtfully designed gathering spaces, and youth-oriented programming with significant community benefits as well. The completed renovations, including the 5,000 square feet event center, the 4 modern luxury suites, and a large outdoor deck, already demonstrates the vision, commitment, and the readiness behind this project. The initiative offers wide-reaching benefits for the region, could literally include opportunities for outdoor education and recreation that support youth development and inclusivity, family-oriented spaces that encourage local tourism, create stay local options, and support small businesses, a platform to foster cultural learning and community connection through land-based experiences, enhance access to natural areas, encouraging recreation, environmental appreciation and stewardship, economic stimulation through partnerships with local service providers, small businesses, and community organizations, including affordable options for non-for-profits. The request for direct control district zoning is both reasonable and necessary given the scale, uniqueness, and long-term community value of this project. It also aligns directly with RMWB strategic priorities of economic diversification, tourism development, and improved quality of life for residents here. By approving this bylaw amendment, Council will not only help bring a visionary community asset to life, but you guys can also send a clear message that Fort McMurray welcomes innovation, supports small businesses, and is committed to improving quality of life for residents here. We need spaces that bring people together, showcase the natural beauty of our region, and give families more reasons to stay, to work, and invest in Fort McMurray. And this location, this project has the potential to be exactly that. And I strongly encourage Council to support for bylaw number 25-012, land use bylaw amendment for Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 232144, to allow this much needed community-driven project to move forward and bring this vision to life for the benefit of our entire region. And also, my name is Janelle Young. Thank you so much for considering this very important opportunity.
Thanks, Janelle. We have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath, you have a question?
One, just through the chair, quick question. You're quite familiar with the site, and the road proper that's just been resurfaced and paved. I think to the north of that is the old railroad track. Is it not?
To be fair, I believe so. I don't have the actual information, so I don't want to say anything that I am not 100% sure.
But some of that piece of that railroad track still left on the north side. Anybody? Sash? No, he's maybe gone.
We can get questions from administration if you want to just mark that down, Keith, after.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea, Mr. Bowman. That's why you're the mayor. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any other questions for Janelle? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Janelle.
Perfect. Thank you.
And just a reminder for people presenting, as we said earlier, if you're coming in and saying some stuff that other council people have come up and already reiterated, you can just let us know you're in support or you're against, and just have some questions. Michael Ferreira. Michael, if you want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Ferrero, resident. March 16, 2021, Rivers Edge Event Center and Resort was announced online. It was stated publicly at the time it would be open for business the summer of 2021 by the Jeans. Then things got quiet for a bit and the activity didn't seem to stop on Draper Road. So we can fast forward to 2024. And Rivers Edge stated they were committed to listening to our community. They also announced the beginning of municipal application process. Should that process not have happened at minimum 3 years prior when they said they'd be open for business? March 27th, they had a virtual consultation, whatever that means. April 6th, they had a barbecue where even some people sitting in this horseshoe were in attendance. Did door knocking. Asked for support 3 or 4 times in June. And, you know, just so we're clear, like none of those things are engagement, right? Like it's your job to do engagement, not them, right? Because how can you trust anything that's, I mean, they can write whatever they want. So now we get to the council meeting on June 25th last year. The RMWB's admin team said the only zoning on that land was for country residential and small holdings, and that commercial or non-profit events were not allowed. That's 3 years after they said it was supposed to be open. And further, admin stated that the building was approved as a single detached dwelling, so it was to be open in 2021, but by council meeting 3 years later, they still had no proper permit, multiple capital expenditures that were clearly not residential in nature, nor any actual stakeholder engagement. And just to make sure I'm up on how we got here, I rewatched that meeting, specifically that agenda item. And it's very interesting to note what you see when you watch something a second time. The recurring theme brought forward multiple times from the chair was that the meeting was only talking about land use, not a resort. However, the entire presentation to council from the applicant was about a resort. 23 different people spoke. Of the 23 people that spoke, 9 were against and all lived in Draper. Not one other presenter was even asked where they lived. Also, there were some nonprofit delegates presenting in favor, all citing discounted usage at this resort that the meeting wasn't supposed to be about. So later, admin stated that as things stood, no commercial or nonprofit event could even be held at that property. And considering the promise to nonprofits was an impossibility, it appears like that was influence peddling to the nonprofit sector for support, to me. Council Cardinal asked a great question of a delegate. whether those discount promises were in writing, and that was confirmed by the delegate. It's odd you can make a promise of something in writing for something that has no approval nor actual engagement. So now we move towards tonight's meeting. So on March 11th this year, we had a motion to make this a direct control district, and it didn't get seconded and died on the floor. But now we're here again talking about direct control. May 18th, River's Edge asked for support. They said something very interesting. They said after 4.5 years of hard work, step by step with the planning and development team, a recent land use bylaw change threatens to sterilize 117 acres of incredible riverside land that was meant to become a vibrant hub for connection, recreation, and healing. I'd be interested to hear in detail what step-by-step stuff happened with planning and development during those 4.5 years. I didn't hear anybody here ask. Then we have a couple more asks for support, and they came with letters that you can just fill in and whatever, and I can understand them trying to garner support, and I'm not even really against the idea of the concept. But at any rate, here we are. I do not live in Draper, but I'm a resident of the RMWB. I'm also somebody who believes that the only job we have in this room is to uphold rules, bylaws, and policies. So let's take a motion out of this and just look at it.
Down to 30 seconds, Michael.
Watching from the outside, it's easy to see this for what it actually is. Kind of seems like a boondoggle. The applicant's a multiple-term MLA in the city, from our region, a minister, former MP, and he can't sort out municipal governance and rules. Like, is that really dumb? Or is he just so used to getting whatever he wants, he doesn't need to follow the rules?
That's upheld. Thank you.
I missed that, Mayor. What was upheld? Sorry, again.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any closing comments, Michael?
Yes, I do. Make no mistake, approving this resort sends a staggeringly clear message to the public. We have to follow rules and bylaws and permitting and on and on. But there's a select few here that don't seem to have the same. We've come to this table for the same thing multiple times, and just the same people come back, don't get the answer they want, come back, come back, come back. I mean, I don't even know how we're here today when the same motion died on the floor just 2 months ago. Right? Okay. Direct control? Absolutely not. Why would you give that up?
Okay, thanks, Michael. Just want to remain there for questions. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. My question for you is, do you feel that that the direction of this hearing has changed from what the actual motion is? It's not about approval of, in my opinion, and I just want to know if you think the same way. It's not about the approval of a particular development. It's more about changing the process of about how something could potentially be approved.
Yes, I would agree with that. I don't actually think this is about the resort at all. I mean, it just, every time we talk about the land use for this, whether it's direct control or what we have currently, it's always about the resort.
Right, and as you recall, the first presenters, the planning department said this is not about a development, this is about a land use change. But it always seems to go a little bit sideways, and I'm just trying to frankly wrap my head around that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Ball. And Councilor McGrath, you have a question?
I do enough for the presenter, for administration. The conversation's gone. Is it just a simple motion put forward? Is it not?
It's a land use amendment by a resident, yeah.
The zone, to take a rezoning.
So do you want to hold that for after we finish a couple more and just?
No, I just want to make sure, because we're talking now, the presenters get better because we're talking about building a facility tomorrow. We're just taking a Langdes and asking to change it. The applicant is here to champion the cause. but I don't like how people say this and that, because I think these guys run a pretty good ship. And there's no, I don't see graders and dozers down there working today. Never seen them last week.
Okay, we can,
So my question is, are we debating just a land zoning?
we're not debating anything right now.
Exactly. So we're just saying, this is the zone it's in right now? So my question to administration is there any more direct control properties in McMurray?
If you want to just keep that, if you want to keep that until we finish
fair
the
enough.
delegates,
Fair enough.
and we'll go to that, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Benjoko, question?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Ferrer, for the presentation. You had said the work of, public engagement is a work of administration. Is it wrong of the Jean family to want to know how the neighbors feel about this? One, is it the first time you've heard that? Is it an abnormal thing to do?
Okay, that's kind of two parts, but, I'll try. So I think it's normal for them to do that.
Okay, thank you.
To them to submit that to you guys as it means something, it means nothing to you, right? I mean, that's informational for them, and that's great. But, one of the things that happened in that meeting last year on the 25th, when the presenter was giving their closing remarks, they had refuted, I can't remember one of the delegates, saying that delegates should be speaking for themselves, not on behalf of others, because you don't know where that's coming from. Well, that's the same thing, right? You don't know where that's coming from. How do you know that somebody wrote that down? I mean, they could have been sitting there
just the integrity and the process.
So there hadn't been really any engagement there. And then the engagement that our admin team seemed to be talking about was more an engagement on what the area structure plan is going to be for that area. And for that area, it sounded like what I heard earlier today was 85-ish% against
Thank you.
What's being proposed. So,
thanks, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for always showing up and participating. You asked a question, I didn't know if you actually wanted the answer to it, so I just want to ask. You asked before, like, how this hit the floor and then how it got redelivered, because I do know there was a point when I was in council that I didn't understand how that went through, and so are you actually wanting the answer to that question?
Well, I kind of do, and I have to apologize, because I think I missed a meeting in there where maybe something happened, but I do know that I was here when I believe it was Mr. McGrath made the motion, and there was no seconder, so it died on the floor, no debate, no nothing. And that was about direct control for this piece of property.
Yep.
But now just 2 months later, we're here again, talking about direct control and having a public hearing.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that happens. Can you just keep bringing something forward till it sticks?
So I'll explain it, because I didn't understand it before either, and I can get corrected
So,
if I...
Do you want me to explain it?
Sure.
Do you have it?
Oh, yeah, it's all yours.
So the way it works is like you mentioned before too about the applicant doing engagement and posting. They must do that in order for a land use amendment. So they have to do engagement in that. And the applicant applied for land use as a separate thing separate of Councilor McGrath's motion. That's how we end up where we are. So it's been posted. They've gone through the amount of time it needs to be posted. They pay the fees that they need to pay for an amendment, and it's posted for that amount of time. Then it comes back to council. So it takes it's 6 to 8 weeks before the start of it till it gets to council, and that's why we're here today.
So it's a separate thing from...
It's completely separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Michael.
I'd like a chance to just quickly answer Mr. McGrath's question that he was asking of a admin.
I don't think you had a question for him.
Well, he had a... Well, you stop me, you turn your light on.
He was looking to ask question administration. He's going to ask that later.
Okay.
Thanks, Michael. Anne Marie and Michael Eisentraut, or sorry, I call you Michael again, Matthew. And Matthew, if you guys could say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. And you might have to turn that mic on and off again because it's been on for a while.
Is it working? My name is Matthew Eisentraut. I moved here in 1984. I raised 2 sons here. I just recently became aware of this amendment proposal. I have made a number of inquiries concerning the long-term plans for the property, and I have visited the property. I do not live in Draper. My understanding is that with direct control, the owner of the property would be able to present development plans directly to council. My experience in dealing with the RMWB administration convinces me that this would probably be a good idea. I will briefly present 3 interactions with administration that illustrate exactly what my experience with administration is. 1. On January 31st, 2025, I sent a 6-page document to Planning and Development. I spent more than a dozen hours composing the document and had it reviewed by a number of people, including a lawyer and a professional engineer. The document presented discussion, a picture, and 10 questions regarding interpretation and application of several land use bylaws. The questions were numbered and presented in bold type. I waited for just over 2 months for a response. The response contained not even a hint of an answer to my questions. 2. In November of 2022, I presented to this council information about the rural addressing system being implemented in the RMWB. I presented factual information. I was very careful in creating my presentation. I made no errors of fact. I triple-checked everything. After my presentation, council members asked questions of the administration. The administration responded with a litany of falsehoods. Their arguments were based on fabrication and disinformation. They accused me of making factual errors. I did not. I had no opportunity to rebut the nonsense that the administration was presenting, and the council ultimately made decisions based on falsehoods. As a result, the RMWB has arguably the most unwieldy and ridiculous rural addressing system in North America, perhaps the world. 3. I attended and presented the public hearing concerning bylaws on Monday, March 24th of this year. My presentation was about the bylaws regulating campgrounds, since I used to operate a campground. At that meeting, there were at least 2 presentations concerning the regulation of horses. I do not own a horse and have no plans of ever owning a horse. I did take riding lessons in Tucson, Arizona when I was about 6 years old and became a competent rider. Other than that, I know little about horses. During the questions that arose from the presentations, it became abundantly and embarrassingly clear that in drafting the bylaws concerning horses, the administration never consulted with any person or equestrian organization who actually has any knowledge of how to care for horses. Years of direct experience have made it abundantly clear to me that the RMWB administration is evasive, incompetent, mendacious, and willfully ignorant.
Matthew, just to bring you back to, you're kind of going off the topic of land use amendment, and you're making a lot of
going right back.
And you're making a lot of accusations, and
which I can back up.
And maybe that'll be at a different time, but right now we're dealing with this land use amendment. And if you can go back on track on that, or I'll have to stop you.
I will. This is directly concerns that land use amendment, because that's why this has gotten to direct control. Just bear with me. I have like
if you're using
45 seconds or a minute left.
If you're using stuff like that about the staff and council here, I can't allow that type of talk.
The proposals being made by the owners of the property in question are reasonable, sensible, and would be an asset to the community. I believe the owners can demonstrate this with compelling evidence and argumentation. They want to create in the RMWB a type of facility that is not uncommon outside of our municipality. Why should people in our municipality have to go outside of the municipality to find services that they want? I urge you to grant the request for rezoning and allow the voice of the owners to be heard directly by you, the mayor and council. Last year, I closed my campground after 13 years of successful operation. Some of my seasonal campers moved to campsites in Athabasca County, where they can obtain services similar to what I offered. Others simply gave up on camping in the RMWB. I urge council to start allowing development in the RMWB of desired services so that its people do not have to drive hundreds of kilometers to access such services in other municipalities.
Thank you, Matthew. Do we have any questions for the presenter on this topic?
I do.
Councillor Cardinal, go ahead.
I got one question. Thanks for the presentation. I guess the one question, when it comes to, just a bylaw like this, do you feel that every resident should have the ability to be treated equally?
Well, the politically correct answer to that, I guess, is yes, but in practice, no. Like, if I was a counselor, I mean, I would be inclined to very seriously listen to the issues of the people who live in Draper, but with the understanding that they can't have everything their way and there's a broader community that you have to be considerate of as well. Does that answer your question at all? I mean, it's not a cut and dried sorts of thing. I mean, you listen to different people depending upon their expertise and their interests.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar, question?
Nothing question, but thank you very much for coming over and showing all the patience and sitting there. You have some grievances and they are pertinent. You can write it down and then we'll consider it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. Any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Matthew. We're going to take a 10-minute break for council and we'll be back at 10:53. Everyone take their seats. We can resume the meeting. Thanks. Welcome back. Next up. Next up, we have Victor Hawes. And just a reminder to delegates, if you're repeating what someone else already said, you could just say you're in support or you're in opposition and remain there for questions if there is any. So next up, we have Victor Hawes. So Victor, if you just say your name for the record and you have 5 minutes to present.
Yes, Victor Hawes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Victor Hawes. I'm a Draper property owner. I'm a civil contractor. I've been in business here for 40 years. I've lived in Fort McMurray for 58 years. I came here in 1967 when the first plant was being built. I am here to support the bylaw because I think council needs to take control of something that has a real asset value to the community. It's, you know, they've got the wedding center and whatnot, but if you get the campground for kids and for camping down beside the river, I feel that that will be a real big asset, and it has been dragging on for too long of a period at present. I've been involved with it here off and on for the last 4 years. Anyhow, the land is a perfect spot at the end of the road, and it's far away from any of the neighbors. It's noise concern. I don't think that's a real concern. And the road value of traveling on that road, people will tell you that, oh, it's such unsafe road. Well, it's a pretty good road, all in all. It's a little bit narrow, and if you need to walk, there is the old railroad track there, and I think most people that are traveling on the Draper Road are courteous. Anyhow, there's rumors that the building is operating without permits. I believe that permits are in place, have been applied for and in place and whatnot. I also know the landowner landowners have been spinning the wheels to get this community project off the ground for almost 5 years. I've lived in McMurray for 58 years, and I think it's time that this project move forward. So I'm in support of this bylaw, and I'm asking council to accept direct control and make this happen in a fair and responsible way. And let's finally create another entity in Fort McMurray that children and everyone can enjoy. Thank you.
Thanks, Victor. And did you say you live in Draper?
Pardon?
Did you say you live in Draper?
No, I live in Sapper Creek, but I have property in the Draper.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Victor. Mr. Matt Espinoza. And Matt, you know the drill. If you just say your name for the record and you have 5 minutes to present and remain on topic, please.
Roger that. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I did have a bunch of notes, but I'm just going to try to have a calm kind of coffee conversation about the bylaw amendment tonight. First and foremost, it's about the application and not the applicants. We've heard a lot of confusion tonight, and it is about the bylaw amendment. So I live in Draper, and I'm opposed to the development. I have been fortunate to be part of many development processes and bylaw amendments over many years here, working directly with the municipality. And there is a great process, and I'm encouraged and have been through that process. So my my contribution to the community was to ensure that we went through document compliance. Planning Development Services has done an amazing job at document compliance in terms of site-specific bylaw amendment, an overlay of the MDP, the Area Structure Plan, the LUB, and the engagement of all three of those. We hear a lot tonight about engagement. I presented at a council meeting. We had about 80% of Draper at that council meeting. I held up a map. I didn't bring that tonight because it is not worth as much in terms of value for council to make a decision. Planning and Development Services, surveys and responses are extremely valuable. Being a professional consultant for many years, you do not get 80 to 90 and sometimes even 70% of a community to speak in unison with one voice over multiple years. It is very clear that the adjacent landowners and myself and many others are very concerned about this bylaw amendment going through, as well as a large percentage that has been surveyed. It's not my data. It's not the applicant's data. This is data that you have within your package. So I wanted to make sure that the residents were informed, that they were engaged, and the affected parties. I very much appreciate and think that council and our community, whoever is listening, need to come to council meetings. We need to hear their voices. Everybody is not ever going to agree, but if you're from Fort Chip to Anzac to Timberlea to wherever, your comments and your support is encouraged. I think it's great. However, there should be some level of value to the affected residents and the directly affected parties. The land use bylaw 99059 speaks to it as adjacent property owners, but those are directly affected people. Well, so again, I say thank you to all the community groups and residents that have come tonight. But if this was your street and you lived on a dead-end road, which there are many in our community, and you have this same intended uses being proposed that are associated with this bylaw amendment tonight, wouldn't you be very concerned about all of those impacts? So I ask for those community members and groups to consider the affected parties and the adjacent landowners' concerns, as well as I ask council, as I've emailed many of the councillors over the past bylaw amendments, to add and support the process and trust the people that they put in place, being Planning and Development Services. I can tell you that Planning and Development Services, hopefully I'm not out of time, are advocates. They're ambassadors to any development here in town. They walk with you through the process. They encourage you. They go through the stakeholder relations. The actual issue with this development was if I was engaging with someone, the first thing I would say is buy land or a property that is a permitted use. That would be a good start. Second, engage the affected parties and the residents. Make sure that you are working with them and try to figure it out. It's not rallying the rest of the community to come against the affected parties. So I once again, hopefully can calmly state, myself and my family, we love Draper. We moved there and invested there for the rural residential character as everyone else has. And we would like that to be maintained. The people that bought the property or the applicants bought a residential property, they're the only ones that want to change it. Everyone else wants to continue living the rural residential lifestyle. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Hopefully it's been calm, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Do we have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks for your time, Matthew. And just to let everyone know, what we're going to be doing today as we're getting so late is we're going to finish the delegates, and there's 8 remaining, and then we'll be resuming the meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock for the remainder of the meeting. Shane? And just, the process, Shane, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Shane Kidd. I live in Draper, have for 18 years. I'm in favor of it, but I actually don't even know what I'm really talking about there because let's pretend it goes ahead. How many sites are going to be there? So I heard like hundreds and hundreds, and I'm thinking, well, geez, I'd be afraid to drive on that road if there's that many. But then you think about that small town, Drumheller. You go to Drumheller, you got to drive by that little town. You go to, and there's camping there, and everybody gets along great. So I kind of trying to be open-minded about the whole thing. Our road's narrow, and all the other stuff that we can talk about. Like I'd like to mention that road that you thought you were going to fix, that trail there, Skidoo Trail. It's not fixed yet, and people are going up on the road, and I'm coming over the road, and it's actually snowing out, and I got a Nissan with one brake, and I'm going, who am I killing today? And so it'd be nice if you took care of that. So if we talk about development, let's talk about fixing that trail, and let's make maybe the road wider or pave that trail or something. I'm all for it. I hope there's not 300,000 people going to be going down there camping. Maybe 30 or 40 campsites would be, I would say, normal. I think that's it.
Thanks, Shane. The town's called Wayne. The town you're thinking of is Wayne.
Wayne.
In Drumheller.
Oh.
It's Wayne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful, huh?
Yeah, it's nice. I go there every year. Do we have any questions for a presenter? Not seeing any. Thank you, Shane.
Thank you.
Don Scott. And you know this, Don, but if you want to say your name for the record, you have 5 minutes to present.
Oh, I appreciate the reminder. And Don Scott, I'm not a resident of Draper. I live in Thickwood. And I take exception to some of the comments that were made earlier tonight. I know attacking administration and attacking the genes. Great exception to that. I know administration works really hard, and I know how hard they work. I've served in your roles, and I know how hard all of council works, so I just want to commend you all. I know you're working late into the evening, so I'm going to be fairly brief. I was at a meeting earlier tonight, and I heard something that I thought I should mention this evening, which is something I'd never heard of. Napoleon's rule of thirds. 1/3 are ready for change. They're ready to adopt a new approach. 1/3 are waiting to see what's going to happen. And 1/3 will oppose any change no matter what. And there's a great majority of those who will not support anything, no matter the logic. The middle group, the third that it's waiting to see, they tend to listen to whoever's loudest. These days, that tends to be social media or whoever is complaining the loudest. What I would encourage you to do is to embrace the group that wants change, to move things forward. I'm speaking in favor of advancing this bylaw. So I'm speaking in favor of the application. I believe direct control is not something that's unique to this town. It's not something unique in Alberta. It's permitted. And just to be clear, I'm speaking personally. I'm not speaking on behalf of any of the organizations that I've represent. And one thing that I am very concerned about, when I heard some attacks on the landowners earlier today, it's almost like there's a suggestion they should be treated unfairly and with bias because of their roles or their previous roles. That is completely inappropriate, and I would just ask you to disregard those kind of approaches. They should be treated like everybody else, and one day you will be a former politician, so consider it from that perspective. So we tend to focus on those who are anti-change in favor of the status quo. Try not to focus on that. Think about change and how great it can be for a community. We don't want to sterilize land, and as has been described earlier tonight, this is 117 acres, and I understand the new bylaw is going to be in place starting in January 1st. We don't want to sterilize it because if it's not granted tonight, it seems to me that it's not going to be granted ever, because then the land would be completely sterilized except for one house and a business with very little permission to proceed. So I think it's important to encourage investment in the region. That's been briefly stated, but I think it's absolutely critical. But what I want to mention is includes investment from local residents who are increasing their investment in the community. We need to create a culture of yes and figure out how we can support applications like this so we do not discourage entrepreneurship and innovation. We must look at the broader benefit being economic diversification and the impact on the tourism potential and the employment opportunities. These are all very important. There's an economic argument here that I think is absolutely crucial, and I would like everyone to consider that. This is a community that everyone's always talking about diversifying the economy. This is an example of an opportunity for that, and I would encourage everybody here to support it. I also want to mention, because I know there's been a lot of focus on it, the neighbors tend to be the ones that oppose applications, and I'm sure you're well aware of that. And that's understandable, but if you always go with those that live directly beside any application, they tend to be unfavorable because they like the status quo. They do not want change. And that tends to sterilize an entire community where there's no progress made. So please consider that. And I thank you all very much, and thanks again for all the work you put in.
Thank you, Don, and thanks for the unique perspective. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Ex-Mayor. Welcome to this place. We thank you for contributing towards the good of the community. Bye.
Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Don.
Okay, take care.
Has Julietta gone home? Tessa? Are you coming up? Or is...
Sorry, I have a message from Juliana.
Oh.
Can I read that?
Okay, sure.
So Juliana had to leave with her daughter. She was
No
here,
problem.
but I'm going to read her message.
Thanks, Dango. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Julietta Miranda. I am proud resident and local entrepreneur. I'm here today to voice my full support for bylaw number 25/012 and the proposed amendment to allow for the development of the River's Edge site. As someone who lives and works in this community, I can tell you firsthand that Fort McMurray has enormous untapped potential. The proposed event center, spearheaded by the Jean family, represents not only an economic opportunity, but also a chance to bring new life, energy, and possibility to our community. The Jean family has not just invested money into this vision, they've invested heart, time, and a long-term commitment. This is not a speculative development. It is a legacy project built by people who care deeply about our community. We often speak about wanting more local business, more tourism, more community events. But when the opportunity presents itself, we hesitate. I believe we must not repeat the mistake we made with Dunvegan Gardens, a place that was cherished by so many and ultimately lost due to resistance to progress and compromise. This is not about selling out our rural character. It is about strengthening our community for the next generation. The proposed amendment does not industrialize Draper. It enhances it with thoughtful, site-specific development that will create jobs, support local vendors, and offer a beautiful space for family gatherings, cultural events, weddings, and more. I urge Council to support this bylaw. Let's say yes to vision, yes to investment, yes to a project that reflects the passion and purpose of local people. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dango. Do you have your presentation? Do you want to do that now?
Yes, I go grab myself. I'm next.
Or I can get Tessa, Ken. It's one of you two.
I can.
You're the next two. Okay, Tessa, just want to say your name for the record and just 5 minutes to present and just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tessa Vizak. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As much of what I was going to say has already been said, I'm going to keep this short. As a parent, I'm very much in support of this bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Tessa. Do you have any questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Tessa.
Thank you.
Dango? If you could just say your name for the record and you have 5 minutes to present, please.
My name is Dango Gogo, for the records. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to present my support for this bylaw. There's been so much said about direct control as if it was a negative thing or as if the applicants created this process or this law. There are two processes. You could go through the planning and development to apply for a zoning change, or you could do the direct zoning, the direct control. The purpose of direct control districts are often established to provide municipalities with greater flexibility and control over development in areas where they want to have more direct influence on outcomes. How direct control works is that number one is established municipal councils can create direct control districts through land use bylaws. Number two, application. Development permits applications within the direct control districts will typically be reviewed by the council, which may impose specific conditions or require modifications to the proposed development. Number three, approval. The council or the designated authority will make a decision on the development permit application, ensuring it aligns with the objectives and regulations of the direct control district. Designation of direct control is defined under Section 641 sub 1 of the Municipal Government Act. It says the council of a municipality that has adopted a municipal development plan, if it wishes to exercise particular control over the use and development of land or buildings within an area of the municipality, may in its land use bylaws designate that area as a direct control district. Number two, if a direct control district is designated in a land use bylaw, the council may, subject to any applicable statutory plan, regulate and control the use or development of land or buildings in the district in any manner it considers necessary. Number three, in respect of a direct control district, the council may decide on a development permit application or may delegate that decision-making authority to the development authority with the directions that it considers appropriate. So going based on what the administration has stated in the presentation, that all uses listed will be deemed approved within, without requiring technical studies to confirm adequate infrastructure is in a place to support development proposal. Administration claims are incorrect. The direct control framework is a defensible, flexible mechanism. It consents persistent council, if consents persist, council can reclassify certain uses as discretionary, include technical study requirements explicitly, or cap intensity or introduce site-specific conditions. While the proposed DC reclassifies 22 uses as permitted, it includes technical safeguards. The proposed DC does not eliminate technical requirements. It conditions development approval on them. The proposed DC bylaw, section 185.7, requires the development authority to ensure that, one, adequate access to roads, to public roads exist. Internal roads are constructed by the developer, and water and sewage systems comply with Alberta regulations. Permitted uses are not automatically exempt from technical compliance. Council decides regulations and what technical safeguards are required. Administration has also stated in their presentation that direct control limits the municipality's ability to ensure safe and orderly development. This, again, is incorrect and legally misconstrued. Section 3 and 617 articulate planning goals, not prohibitions. DCs are legally consistent with Section 617 and are widely used to ensure safety and compatibility.
You're at time there, Dango. If you want to wrap up.
Okay, so in all, what I'm trying to say is that council has the right to make these decisions. These are not, this application is not to, subvert any process or policy. It's actually following what the Municipal Act says. And so you are all elected to make decisions in the best interest of our residents, the whole of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. You're here for this reason. The specific reason why we have this is so that you can make decisions for the best interest of our community. And if anyone knows me, I love this community. I'm an active volunteer because I love what it is. I personally send my daughter to Sylvan Lake every summer to go for overnight camping. And I would love to see that here.
Thanks, Dango. And I think, as you mentioned about what that direct control means and permitted and discretionary, even if whatever council passed, we would still lean on plan development on what will be needed to make sure it was safe. So thank you. Do you have any questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vaughn Jessup. Vaughn, if you want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Vaughn Jessup. I'm a 45-year resident of Fort McMurray, and during that time, I spent 45 years of helping build the capacity of the community, whether it be through my business or with work that I do with nonprofits. Some of the examples are I helped establish the Stepping Stones Youth Home, which 15 years later has made significant changes and progress for youth that are in crisis and homelessness. Other things I dealt with, I was on the board of McDonald Island Park Society before it was a Part 9 corporation, when we couldn't even get mayor and council to come to the island because it was an embarrassment to them. We helped reshape it and to what it is today. A lot of people talked about it back then and saying it's a waste of money, and now you look at the amount of people that go through there, it's a lot bigger. When we talk about sterilizing land and stuff right there, I just want to kind of look at waterways. So anybody that's been here for a fairly long time, there was a group within waterways that had kind of the NIMBY attitude, and so consequently things that should have maybe gotten into waterways never did, and nowadays because of that we have the Legion there, and that's about it. The store never came back, and a lot of the stuff never really come back to it. I've had the privilege of being able to help work on the kids camp and help set it up, and it's a camp that there's no mischievous undertone to it. It really is a camp that Mrs. Jean, who I've known for 45 years, would be very proud of, and we have a lot of the nonprofits. We did talk to a lot of nonprofits about it. We actually have somebody on the board that works with on a daily basis with PDD, persons with developmental disability. When I say we, I mean me as a volunteer. This is not my day job and stuff right there. So, you know, just a couple other points, Mr. McGrath talks about investment and economic, the economic opportunity for here is huge. Number one, as people talk about, they get on the road and they go to Cold Lake, Athabasca, wherever, to camp for the weekend. They not only do that, but they take their money out of town. So somebody that's here will keep their money in town. With regards to council's authority over it, at the end of the day, council has the ability to control agendas and priorities. So this is another mechanism. So if an application is there and council's not comfortable with it, they can go back to it. Other than that, given that it's the last few months of this council's term, I wanted to personally thank you all for your service that you've done in the last 4 years. For somebody who has been been in politics for 40 years, I know the sacrifices that you make. And like tonight, as Guy Belair used to say, if you got everybody mad at you, you're usually doing a pretty good description. And last thing I want to say that Guy always talked about in his 25 years career is his adage was, when you retire or leave, and if you feel that you left a place in a better place than it was when you got it, then you will have been successful. This project will leave Fort McMurray in a much better place than it is today. And so, having said that, I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Vaughn. Do you have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Justin. And Justin, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, please.
Good evening. My name is Justin Jean. I support the bylaw. I'd just like to point out that I was living in the building at River's Edge in 2020 when the flood came. I was there with my kids, my brother, and my 2 dogs. Over 4 days, we watched the water rise, and while it wasn't scary, we had lots of time to prepare and plan. It showed our family firsthand how resilient the land can be and how important proper planning is when you live close to nature. As Kim already pointed out, we've done extreme remediation to fight against future floods or anything else that can possibly come, and I'm not going to repeat all that. The property has been regraded to facilitate drainage and redirect the flow of water away from the buildings. We built up the northern access road above 250 meters, and in the process of building the second access road to the south, over 4,000 trees have been planted. Yes, those trees are going to take long to grow, but it's going to take us some time to build everything that we've proposed. But what's more important is what happens when development rules don't make sense. When appropriate uses are not available, and when City Hall isn't flexible, the property just north of River's Edge is 101 acres, all below 247 meters. Because of its elevation, there's no reasonable legal use for that land. So now someone has purchased it and is operating an illegal dismantling yard for trailers. The parcel was previously nature, wilderness. Now it has junk everywhere, including broken vehicles, fluid leaking onto the ground, and into the water table, illegally. Bylaw has been out there multiple times, and I've been told that they have issued stop work orders. None of the damaging actions have stopped. In fact, it's ramped up. This is what happens to land when there are few permitted uses. When land has no real legal path to positive development, it opens the door for illegal activity and environmental harm. This bylaw is not about getting around rules. It is about putting in the right ones. It's about using the proper tool, direct control zoning, to allow council to responsibly oversee and shape development that benefits the entire community. You have the chance to prevent what's happening one lot over from happening again. By approving a well-planned, safe, community-focused project that meets every technical standard and aligns with local priorities. Let's do this the right way. Pass the bylaw. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Do you have any questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick has gone home. Tammy Cooley? And Tammy, just say your name for the record. You have 5 minutes to present.
My name is Tammy Cooley. I'm going to keep it to the DC, not talk about the resort. So I'm just going to say I fully support this bylaw. I'm also speaking on behalf of Tanisha McKay, who wanted to be here. She also fully supports this bylaw. Thank you. Oh, any questions?
Do you have any questions for presenter? Not seeing any. Thank you. Sarah Rotier? Robbie Picard. And Rob, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present.
I brought pictures.
Still have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Robbie Picard. I support this, but I apologize. I couldn't get there early enough so this would be on the screen for the people at home. But I just basically want to talk about why I support this, and I think we need to get a bigger, broader perspective. So in this booklet, these are all places I've been to, and they're similar developments. So just outside of Saskatoon, there's a place called Grandma's House. A farmer bought all the land, but he had his own yard, so he converted a granary, a house, a gazebo, into a wedding center. And the RM of Laird fought to make it happen because they wanted that development. They encouraged it. It makes the community better. It gives people in Saskatoon something to do. It's 45 minutes, arguably maybe a little bit further than Draper is from here, and it's on the river. Now, it's a bit higher up, but it's on the river. Next is the Azura Estate in Perdice, Alberta. Now, this is owned by Mike Rose, the billionaire from Tourmaline. I've been there many times for events when I'm in Calgary, and this brings international figures, millionaires, business owners, premiers for dinners. This was a house that the guy went bankrupt. It was a stonemason. They bought it, they converted it, and they pivoted, and now they turned it into an amazing facility that everyone goes to in Calgary. The legendary Saskatoon Berry Barn in Saskatoon. Now, this is very similar. It's right on the river. And every year there's always a flood threat, and they do this big marketing thing, and they put sandbags, and everyone comes down. Oh, we got to protect the Berry Barn. They've been around for 45 some odd years. They have goats and all kinds of cool stuff. And that is something that makes Saskatoon a great place to go. Corks Creek Estates, my friend James owns this. I've been there many times. It is amazing. They have llamas. Another situation where they have a farm. They've rented all their land out. They've converted. They do weddings. They do functions. They do all kinds of stuff, small campground. And that is amazing. And it does a lot for the old, and it's very encouraged. I went there and it was at the Olds College. I made a presentation. I met with counselors and we had a function there. And it was amazing. And it's also an added value. And last but not least on my page is one that I think everyone knows about. When you drive through Wandering River and you see like an A&W and a 7-Eleven, and then they got a Tempo, and they got another gas station there, all servicing an area where people mostly from Fort McMurray go to have their camps, Skeleton Lake and all that, and they go there as well. So I think, and I'm not discounting the people, I do not live in Draper, but I also think that, look, we need to think outside of the box in this community. I cannot count the amount of times we've had, special meetings here. I remember Dunvegan and the scandal of the Easter egg hunt, and we were here for days. At some point in a community, we have to say, look, do we want to grow? Do we want to have things for people to do? Do we want people to actually want to, like my cousin Kelly lives in Toronto, and she has a place that she bought 12 minutes from her house on a lake. And she's like, that is like the best commute. Why do we have to go hours and hours? We have all this lake, we have Gregoire Lake, we have the river and all that. If these guys want to make a development and they want to risk their own money and they're taking in the mitigation, like, I don't see the harm in it. I also think that this is fairly low risk. It's not even that really big of a development. So I support it, and I think that we need to pivot our thought process in this community to saying, yes, we can do things instead of constantly no. Because we talk about economic development, we talk about developing things, and then we sort of stop it every time. And it just seems like, I think candidly, the real reason is because we're very fortunate to be in the municipality with all of the revenue from oil that we don't really need this development to the same extent that, say, Sylvan Lakewood or other communities do. But if we want people to live here and we want to encourage new people to move here, we got to start saying yes and not saying no. And here's something, I'm actually going to contradict Brian Jean a little bit, because Brian Jean had a comment the other day. He's like, well, you know, kind of like Dubai, I want to develop this. And Raymond Powder made a comment, I wasn't there, but I heard this like secondhand, we're the people of the bush. And I think Teresa, my friend, told me about this, and I'm like, the people of the bush. And I'm like, we need to embrace that. That's what we are. And if we can make a community where we're encouraging us to appreciate what's surrounding us, then I support it. And I truly think that this is a very small risk development. And candidly, but Brian Jean, I think that we need to forget who he is for a second, forget he's a politician, and just look, like, if someone wants to invest in this community and use their own money and develop it, why are we constantly fighting them? So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Appreciate it. Councillor McGrath, you have a question?
I do, sir, through the chair, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Robbie, thanks for being a champion of our region. Don't always agree with you, but who does? My question would be, Robbie, all those travels you do, tonight we heard like a lot, but if there was one thing that we could do right, after the night, of course, what would it be in your eyes to realize some of those things that you've seen going across the country?
I've been thinking about this a lot, actually, because I've been working like with politicians from all over. I mean, I've been traveling quite a bit, and I think we really have to try to figure a way to get along better and sponsor kind of a collective way of saying yes and finding ways to do things. We spend a lot of time, I think, talking about things that are not going good, myself included. You get focused on negativity. I think we need to just start finding ways. How do we build this community? How do we make it quicker, faster, and efficient, and so we can move on to the next project? We need to develop this community. There's all this talk about getting rid of interprovincial trade barriers. There's talk about opening up, getting the Pathways project for carbon capture approved. All these things, and yet we're here on a project that, I mean, I think we started talking about this a few years ago. Like, this is not a massive project. I mean, it's just it's a small project in this big spectrum, but it could have a big impact to get more catalysts for growth. So we need to say yes more, work closer together, and have each other's backs more as a community.
I appreciate that, Robbie, and you know, I know you make it you make it sound like that, but I know you put your heart and soul in the community, and I guess what I heard was just stop the silos, and I guess what's good for the community, as you see, is that forget who people are, but we got to go back to they're investing their own money in the region. And I appreciate what you said. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to touch on a couple of things that you said, and I might misquote you, and I don't mean to, but you basically said that we're trying to stop them, or something along those lines. Why are we trying to stop the progress? And I guess what my question is it more important to gain some sort of progress in what you described there than allowing the public to have a voice through an appeal process?
I think my statement is a little more kind of on the macro of, maybe I'm generalizing a little bit, but being involved in multiple projects over the years and watching them come and go, it does seem that and I'm not accusing anything of anybody of anything, and I'm not trying to be negative, because I actually believe every single person on council truly believes in this community and wants it to succeed. But for some reason, we tend to it just seems harder to do business here. And I'm trying to work around that, and I can't always pinpoint what it is, but I think we need a little bit of a collective, one, forgive each other, and two, like, let's try to do what's right for the common good. It doesn't matter who's right, it matters what's right. And I think sometimes we get caught up in he said this and she said that, and I'm being very like broad when I say that, but it would be just nice if a project like this, you know, if it could just be a little bit easier to go through. And I think that then we can move on to the next project. We want to encourage things to happen here, and we want to encourage development. And it just seems like you watch communities, like I can give you examples in smaller towns where they just get something going, and you know, in a year later it's up and running. And whether it fails or succeeds depends on many factors. But it just seems like it just takes a long time to make things happen here. This to me, as long as they meet the requirements and we can figure out what those are, this should be just, hey, stamp yes, get it going, and it makes the community better.
I get that, but you're not answering my question. What I want to know, the whole premise of going direct control is to eliminate it's not to eliminate it, but it does eliminate the public concern. So is that more important? Is progress more important than eliminating the public concern? That's what I want to know.
I think
in your mind.
I think that a project, I'm limited knowledge on direct control, but from the research that I've done on it, it seems to be a way to move things forward so the landowner can make moves working with council. It still has to go through tons of regulations, but it just seems like it skips a step a little bit that is hindering it. I mean, regardless of whatever the reason we're here for a project that they still keep trying to push through. So I'm a big believer the public should have say. I have empathy for the people close to it, but at the same time, I'm also looking at like, hey, this is over 100 acres that has potential to bring happiness and joy for the region. So to answer your question, I think that if there's a mechanism to speed this up and it's a legal way to do it, and my understanding is it's not a big deal to do this, and it still has to go through oversight, I support it.
Okay, well, if you say you believe in the public has a voice, well, in this particular instance, they wouldn't. That's where my concern is, and under the current land use, the land, like I'm not saying whether I support this project or not, because that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the land use process and how it would become permitted. And the current land use allows for all of this development, but we seem to be moving that to the side to try and go to this other methodology. And I can't wrap my head around why.
And I think that is the question that we all have to ask ourselves about building this community. Why are we still here after 4 years, or however this is taking, having conversations about a project that would seem to go quicker in another municipality?
And that's a fair point, but I think you get what I'm trying to say, Robbie, is that the current land use, it's a discretionary use and through the process. But anyway, we'll see how this works out. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Paul. Do you have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Robbie.
Thank you for having me.
And that is all the registered delegates. Does anyone, before we close this, anyone wish to speak? Yeah,
sorry, I know it's late.
No problem. Just if you want to come up and just say your name for the record, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Everybody, greetings.
I want to turn that mic on and off because Robbie was there for a while. There you go. You're good.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you guys all again, speaking on the same matter. So my name is Chris Harper. I'm a resident of Draper. I agree, it is a lovely area. We keep hearing tonight about people investing their own money in the area, and that's what I did. I went all in on this. This is the lifestyle that I wanted for my family that is growing currently. I have 6 children, and we love and we live and play in that area. And I keep hearing about development and how much the community loves it. We've heard a number of voices saying that this would be great for the community. Look how many people want to come here. That sounds beautiful. To me, that sounds like hundreds of people driving up and down the road where there's no sidewalks, there's no mitigation to stop any sort of errors in people's judgment, people's driving. We talk about a campground. So you have some fellow who's got a nice big dually and a 36-inch fifth wheel, and he's going to come out for the weekend. There's no infrastructure, there's no mitigation to stop that guy from ending up in Dylan's living room, who was speaking earlier. The hills are blind. There is no, the trail along the side of the road where the ATVs are supposed to travel has been destroyed and not repaired. They end up on the road. You're going through the hills. You can't see these people. So I'm not trying to be a wet blanket. I'm certainly not in favor of what this is going to do for my ability to have a voice. If we approve this to direct control, you're taking away my voice. And as a father of 6, that is, it's my job when I sense danger, when I sense an issue that could be coming, I have to get in front of this and I have to have a voice to speak to it. So by removing that from me, that removes my rights as a citizen and my God-given right as a father to get in front of this. So I agree that this could be great for the community. We've heard people say NIMBYism. Oh, you know, the residents of Draper don't like it because we're averse to change. It's different. We live there. NIMBYism, there's a reason for that because it is in my backyard. My kids like to go down and play in the creek. There's no sidewalk. There's no means to protect them from any of this. So if we need to develop this, allow me to have my voice as a resident, allow us resident. There's a great turnout every time we talk about this for residents, every time. It's a contentious issue because we're concerned. So develop the region, great. Keep us in the loop and find a proper way to do this that's gonna let my butt unclench a little bit when we're talking about all this traffic. I guess that's all I gotta say.
Thanks, Chris. First of all, God bless you. Have 6 kids.
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's, you got a soccer team there.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing any, Chris, but thank you very much. Thanks for coming in tonight.
That's it? Hello? Hello, Ken? Ken Bell?
No.
Yes, sir, I can hear you, but I don't know what you're doing.
We're just about to wrap up for tonight. Do you have a question, Councilor McGrath?
I have from a resident a message, and I just want to, but maybe I could wait till tomorrow, Mayor Bowman, because I'd want to type it off and just give it to our CLO.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we'll be resuming the meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Good night, guys. Good night, and God bless you.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Kendrick.
Good night, Council.